Going to go ahead and call this December 6th, 2021 meeting of the Whitefish City Council. Thanks everyone for attending this evening. I have reordered the agenda and I'm going to go ahead and move item 10A, which is the appointment of our new municipal judge before item 5, which is our consent agenda. With that change, Councillor Hennon, sorry he cannot be here tonight. He is excused, and we'll start with our Pledge of Allegiance. And Jim Williams, do you mind leading us this evening? Thank you very much, Jim. We will move on to communications from the public. We do have 5 public hearings scheduled this evening, so if you're here to speak on any of those items, please wait until I call those specific hearings under item 6 of the agenda. Otherwise, if you have anything to bring to the attention of council, now would be your opportunity, and your name and address, please, when you approach the podium. Any public comment? Mary. The microphone's to your right there, Mary, on the glass table.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
And it's on.
Okay. Yeah. Good evening. Mary Flowers, Citizens for a Better Flathead, 135 Main Street in Kalispell. I wanted to start by asking, and I know it didn't go unnoticed by you, how large your packet was tonight. For the public, it was a challenge to be able to open and download the packet given the size. And I just wonder if there's ways that it could be broken up so that it's easier to download and be able to access the information easier. And I appreciate the fact that it's a lot of information that is important to the public, but if there's a way it could be segmented, that would be helpful. The second thing I want to bring to your attention, and don't know if you've had a chance to see it, there's an article that came out a couple of weeks ago on the online version of Outside Magazine called How to Save a Ski Town. And in particular, in that article, what caught my attention was a program out of Vail, Colorado. That program is called Indeed, and it is a program where they are investing in their existing housing stock to become deed restricted. And based on their findings in 2016 tax records, 4,753 of the 7,209 homes in Vail were unoccupied, meaning they were just a part-time owner. So 66% of their homes were unoccupied. Meanwhile, nearly 90% of the new homes were being purchased by non-residents. And so they implemented this program, which looks like it's been, as they're reporting, incredibly effective, with them increasing their deed restricted housing by 48%. So I'll leave this article. It was, again, having computer challenges. I had to cut and paste it to save it, but I'll give it to Michelle so that she can share it with you as a council. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. I did see that article. It was interesting. Outside? Yes. Further public comment tonight, your communications? Giuseppe.
Good evening. Giuseppe Caltabiano, 2075 Lion Mountain Loop Road, Whitefish. This is about the consent agenda. This is the right time, right, to make a comment? I have 5 comments from my voters concerning Section B of the current amended proposed ordinance, the one on the marijuana zoning that is coming tonight in the consent agenda. The first three are a repetition of the comments I made last time. So the first one says, it's in section B, the proposed ordinance, we suggest eliminating the phrase "and addressed on the same street as." This phrase severely limits the application of the ordinance's distance requirement. For example, the firebrand uses a street address of 650 East 3rd Street, so the state liquor license regulations distance from schools requirements doesn't apply, even though the central school is directly across 2nd Street from the firebrand's north entrance. Likewise, a marijuana facility located on East 1st Street between Central and Spokane would avoid the distance requirement entirely. The meaning of the phrase, that's number...
Excuse me for a sec, Giuseppe. Just a point of order. This is part of the public hearing, isn't it? Tonight?
This is
No.
It was removed from the consent agenda at our last meeting, and it's on the public
It's,
hearing.
it's continued. Thanks, Steve. That's correct. If you want to hold your comments to
Oh,
the
in the
public
agenda,
hearing.
I realized, I thought it was consent agenda. I
No,
apologize.
it was pulled.
Sorry.
Thank you. Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilors. Jim Williams, Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks. I'm the regional supervisor. I've been with FWP for 30 years now, so it goes by pretty quick. Just wanted to offer to council and employees of the city, my staff is here relative to any bear sanitation discussions and recycling discussions as a resource for you, and any questions, and myself as well. We're happy, and a little kudos too to the city employees. Dana, Craig, and everyone has worked diligently for a long time looking at solutions, and I know Chad Bauer's here from Republic, and it sounds like we have some positive avenues forward, and that's exciting. Kudos to your city team and all the hard work you do too. It's been a crazy bear year, the last probably 5 in a row. I had a bear at my house in Iowa out 2 days ago in the snow. The little snicker hasn't denned yet. I call Eric to trap him and he won't come. So anyway, it's not going to go away. So it's here, part of not only a ski town, just a western mountain town issue. So thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks for coming, to your entire staff. Appreciate it. Further public comments tonight? We will move on to volunteer boards. Any volunteer board reports from the audience? How about the council? Any board reports? Not tonight, which will move us quickly on to item 10A of our agenda, which is appointment of our municipal judge and approving her contract. And I'd like to say a few words before I administer the oath of office to Caitlin Overland, who will be our new municipal judge here in Whitefish. I'd like to congratulate Caitlin and certainly welcome you. We had a long list of well-qualified applicants for this position, and Caitlin quickly rose to the top and was a unanimous selection by the city council as well as city staff. And I just have a few words I'd like to share, a little bit of background on Caitlin and kind of a flavor of, I think, what she will bring to the office based on the information she provided during her interview. But she is a native Montanan and has experienced and practiced law in the Flathead Valley for almost 10 years. Since 2001, Caitlin has worked as a deputy county attorney for Flathead County. In this position, she assumed varied responsibilities ranging from misdemeanor, youth court, and felony prosecutions to planning, land use, and zoning law. She also owns her own practice in addition to representing Flathead County. In this role, she advises and represents conservation districts across the state on a myriad of legal issues. She's also been serving as judge pro tem in Kalispell Municipal Court for the last year or year and a half. And I think a flavor of what Caitlin will bring to the office was expressed very articulately in her cover letter. I possess the requisite humility to be a judge. As a judicial officer, I would not presume to know all, but would approach the task with a seeking attitude. The law is not static, and each case before me would receive my full attention and introspection. The community of Whitefish and the citizens of Flathead County are entitled to a judge who approaches justice with pragmatism, compassion, even temperament, and of course legal acumen. And she feels, and we believe, that she brings all of these to the table. So with that said, Caitlin, will you please join me up front for the administration of the oath of office? I, Caitlin Overland, as a municipal court judge of the city of Whitefish, Montana,
I, Caitlin Overland, as a municipal court judge of the city of Whitefish, Montana,
do solemnly swear that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States
do solemnly swear that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Montana,
the Constitution of the state of Montana,
and that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
and that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Our new municipal judge. Should probably leave this down there. Thanks, Caitlin. Drive safe. Well, that was the fun part of the evening. Now we'll move on to item 5, which is our consent agenda. Any changes or additions to the November 1st regular meeting minutes or work session? Rebecca?
Yep, for the first, under A, minutes from November 1st, there was John Phelps, Michelle's not here, but John Phelps led the pledge, that was left blank. And then under minutes, I'll email these to her so that she has them. From November 15th, page 55, Caitlin Overland, there should be a D added under practiced. Page 54, under Rhonda Fitzgerald, it's actually AIR and then capital DNA. And then also there's a D at the end of increased. Page 55 under Giuseppe, there should be an S at the end of plates. And then under page 56, Counselor Norton, last sentence, there should be an no apostrophe with an S there. Otherwise, I make a motion to approve with corrections.
Second to the motion.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Quinnell. Further discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed, like sign, and the motion does carry unanimously, which moves us quickly on to our 5 public hearings this evening. We'll start with item 6A, which will be Resolution 21-50, a resolution adopting the Highway 93 Corridor South Plan as an amendment to the 2007 Whitefish City County Growth Policy. Dave Taylor.
Yeah, good evening. So the Highway 93 corridor plan that you have before you is a project that the city's been working on since the beginning of 2018. We had a very robust public process with multiple public workshops, visioning sessions. We had over 27 publicly attended steering committee meetings of the Highway 93 South Steering Committee. Then we also did a couple of planning board work sessions and city council work sessions to bring you up to speed. And then city planning board meeting where the board recommended approval of the plan to the city council. And then we also had 2 previous public hearings of the council where you guys had some additional questions that you wanted answered. So we had several comments come in at the last minute. You guys probably had those on the table, had an opportunity to review them. Came in tonight, so you might want to take a look at those if you haven't had an opportunity to. So there was some of those comments brought up issues with strip commercial development and how the plan doesn't address that, but I just want to kind of go into that for a hot second. One of the things the plan does specifically look at is with goals and objectives is addressing strip commercial development and transportation issues. And while all the transportation issues can't get solved in a plan, the plan has to get adopted so that it can get implemented, as well as the strip commercial issues. Those are in place. We have goals and objectives in the plan in all 3 sections of the corridor, A, B, and C, that have, and as well as implementation items. Were landscaping standards, parking lot location standards, breaking up large parking lots, encouraging mixed-use pockets to promote commercial local serving businesses that would reduce vehicle trips, reduce conflicts between commercial and low-density residential uses that are adjacent, encouraging public spaces and green space to break up the existing strip. Those are all things in place in that plan. There were some comments about the future land use maps in the plan, and there's a couple areas in the city, and especially within that corridor, that are inconsistent with the future land use map of the growth policy. There's property in there that's zoned with urban zoning. Great Northern Heights, Park Knoll all have urban zoning, although the old growth policy did show a suburban residential future land use map, and so this plan corrects that. And that, through the process of identifying where more residential can go in that corridor, we have very few places where single family and attached affordable housing can be developed in the city. That Highway 93 corridor was one place that was identified as a place where that could go. And anywhere we have property that's adjacent to major arterials and commercial property is an ideal place for urban residential use, where we can put in single family and other types of residential uses. And specifically with regard to the unwanted commercial strip development, south of Highway 40 has already been zoned commercial by Flathead County. It's currently wide open to commercial strip development, including any kind of egregious use that you can think of, without any landscaping or building design or zoning standards or requirements that are enforced. And we have no say over that currently. And since we can't magically change that county zoning, and to address it, this plan specifically calls for the creation of a highway transitional zone that would apply to any property in the county already zoned B4, which is that secondary business district. And that specific zoning calls for well-designed, highly landscaped, low-intensity uses that respect the area as a gateway to Whitefish. And any commercial development should be destination-centered rather than auto-oriented. It discourages uses that have high vehicle daily trips, calls for consolidated accesses and frontage roads and backage roads to reduce congestion, maximize traffic safety. All those things are in this plan that is before you guys. And if we can entice those properties to hook up to city services, which would eliminate septic systems, which, as we know, pollute our wells and waterways, and we might have some control over how they develop, what they look like, and they'd be subject to our city stormwater standards, our zoning, and our architectural review committee. So the sooner that this plan gets adopted, the sooner we'll have those tools available to address that. And so we also had some questions from the council specifically about how Kalispell adopts their growth policies, whether or not a corridor plan is a legal amendment to a growth policy, how Kalispell adopts their neighborhood plans and corridor plans, and how they use their future land use maps. And those questions that Steve and Ben both had at the last meeting. So under the state law, under MCA 76-1, 601, and 604, they expressly allow governing bodies to update and revise their growth policies using the same methods that they originally adopted. That's the process that we've been using with our Highway 93 South Corridor Plan. It's the same process we use with our other corridor plans that the city has adopted, including our downtown business district master plan as well. Those were all updates and amendments to our 2007 city-county growth policy. And where they overlap, the new neighborhood plans are the ones that we look at with regard to future land use map and goals and objectives. So when the future land use maps of those are adopted, those become the future land use maps of the growth policy. That's standard practice statewide for all long-range planning in Montana. Kalispell does it exactly the same way. Their growth policy is called Planet 2035. Within their appendix, which I attached in their packet, I think it's on page 67 is where that starts on this item in the packet that you guys have. But it lists all their different corridor plans and neighborhood plans, including a Highway 93 South Corridor Plan. Those were all adopted as amendments to their growth policy in the same way. Kalispell's growth policy does have future land use maps like we have in our growth policy for areas outside their city limits. The county, as we know, doesn't have future land use maps. They just show existing land uses, but Kalispell has future land use maps. In general, when someone looks to annex, or if they're looking at expanding their boundaries, when they look at the zoning, they have to, kind of like we do, we take into account what's the existing zoning, what's the future land use map say it should be, what are the adjacent uses, what's the adjacent zoning, and then a decision is made on how that thing gets adopted and what zoning is appropriate. as locally, if we have areas where zoning's inconsistent with our future land use maps, we generally don't want to like down zone somebody because it could be considered a taking when we annex, but we can apply other zoning to it, and that's where on Highway 93 south of 40, we would create this transitional zoning, which the growth policy would call for that specific zoning to apply if anyone annexed or the city council decides to annex any property south of 40 that are zoned that county before zoning would become that transitional zoning instead of our WB2 zoning, which is our equivalent, which as we know, maybe not, and the plan definitely says is not appropriate south of Highway 40. So hopefully that answers your questions. I don't know if you have any more. I'm not going to go through the staff report and all the other items on this plan since we already had a public hearing previously. But staff does recommend that you guys adopt this plan as is, as an update to the 2007 City County Growth Policy as recommended by the Whitefish Planning Board.
Thanks, Dave. Any questions for Director Taylor? We'll start with Ben.
Thank you, Dave. I did want to ask you a couple questions relating to annexation that you brought up in here. So just to recap my understanding of how this is proposed here is we have a transitional zoning district proposed south of 40. However, the regulations for that district are not a part of this plan.
Yeah, we haven't adopted that in there. There is an outline in the 93 plan of what types of uses would be permitted by right versus conditional additional requirements. But we have to actually bring a zoning text amendment forward to create that transitional zoning district, get it in the code, and then if someone did, apply to annex, then we would apply that zoning to that property.
So as a practical matter, if we adopt this tonight or sometime soon, and somebody petitions to annex, but we have no transitional zoning approved, what does that mean?
Well, in the past, typically, like on the town pump property, for instance, which was not in the city limits, but we annexed them in. The zoning in the county was the equivalent of our WB2 zone, and so that's what that property was zoned, which was the equivalent zoning what the county had, and which would, most of that property outside of city limits once upon a time was in Whitefish's jurisdiction. So we had zoning on that property before it went to the county. So a lot of times when things annex back in and we resume jurisdiction over something, then it goes back to what we had it zoned previously, 4 years ago or whatever.
So if I said that I was personally uncomfortable if this council were to annex property south of 40 without the transitional district being in place, what does that mean? I mean,
so we had one property was interested in that, and when we negotiated with them, I don't know whether or not the city council would even be interested in annexing, and the council had to wrestle with the question on whether to expand the the urban growth boundary south of Highway 40 to even consider a property. We talked to them about doing what we call a conditional zoning, where it basically create a zoning district that would have similar attributes as that transitional zone that's in the plan, but without that plan in place, until that plan gets adopted, we can't create that transitional zone. So in lieu of that, we talked about a conditional zoning district that would limit the number of permitted uses, put a bunch of the uses in a conditional category that we feel have too many vehicle trips to be functional south of Highway 40.
So as you know, the council sometimes gets sued whenever we say no to things, it seems like, but are you, so just to be sure, are we, if again, just to recap my position, I would personally not be in favor of annexing property without having a transitional zone approved. Are we okay that we will be able to say no in that time period?
Yeah, until this is in place. I mean, again, the sooner we get this plan adopted, the sooner we can move forward with the transitional zone and get it on the books, and then, you guys would have that ability.
Okay. And one other related question, you talked some in here about Kalispell's annexation policy, and I read through that and thought it was a reasonably well thought out way to approach it. I know there's been some concerns brought up in the public comment as well as from myself about how we assign zoning to annex properties. And I know that's still a concern of mine. I'm wondering if this council wanted to, just to say one example, like if we were to annex a property south of 40, I would feel uncomfortable without knowing what the zoning is. If this council wanted to establish zoning at the time of annexation, what would we need to do to change that policy to make that happen.
In other words, the zoning would go into effect when it's annexed?
In other words, in my view, it would be better to evaluate the zoning and the annexation together, like, because the use of the property in certain circumstances has something to do with how I would view the annexation as positive or negative for the community. So I'm just wondering if this was a sufficient concern of myself or other council members, how would we go about changing that policy?
Well, I mean, I think that's at the council's discretion in general. Someone, files a petition to annex, you guys look at it. In the past, the majority of the time, you guys, on the application, it basically states what the zoning that they're, kind of expecting, and typically we talk to them about, here's what the city equivalent is. Most of the time, there's an exact equivalent of that, or it goes back to what it had been zoned previously. There's occasions where the future land use map isn't consistent. And as you know, when a growth policy was adopted in 2007, there was a big swath of Highway 93 South that, in that plan, on properties that were zoned commercial, they had a suburban residential future land use put over them, which wasn't consistent at all with the existing zoning that had been in place for many, many years of commercial. And I don't know if that was done as a placeholder or to, keep the city from expanding south, or I'm not sure what the reasons why, with the consultant that worked on that, but in general, you guys have that discretion to go through that process. And we are gonna look at our annexation policy in more detail, coming up soon. We just, in the process of that, we lost our long-range planner who was working on that. It's been kind of put on the back burner a little bit. We're getting ready to come back to you guys and look more detail at that. But, we have the ability to process those things simultaneously. So the annexation wouldn't technically go into effect till the zoning goes into effect.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Ben, and I'm sorry, I jump into, there is a provision in state law where you can hold those hearings jointly, subject to some certain requirements being met. And I think in not changing our annexation policy, but actually creating an annexation policy, that's one thing we're looking at. Because I think that's been a concern of ours too, is, we annex the property and then we have a certain amount of time before we can actually get city zoning in effect. So that is one thing that we're looking at as well.
Should that be a council goal, or is that a
No,
staff goal?
we're working on it.
Okay.
Like Dave said, we lost Hillary, and
Yes, I know.
we're short
There's a lot
planners,
going
and it was kind of a Hillary project, but she did a great job, and I think it's going to be very, very close to what Kalispell's annexation policy is, to bring them both forward together.
Okay.
I would also say that there is kind of an inaccuracy, I think, in some of the public perception that's been put out. The way that people can annex into the city is not only by petition. The city can actually initiate annexations into the city, although we've rarely done so unless it's a wholly surrounded annexation, because there's no right of protest. We can annex contiguous land within the city. We generally have not done it as a city because there is a right to protest that can bar the annexation. And generally speaking, if people aren't asking to be annexed, they probably don't want to be annexed, and so that protest is generally met. So just to clear up that misconception.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Further questions for Dave? Andy?
This is just actually more of a housekeeping note, I think, Dave. So page 98 of the packet, 26 of the corridor plan. We referenced the adoption of the Legacy Homes program in 2019. We probably want to have a note in there and subsequently amended or changed in 2021, just so somebody would go to maybe the 2019 and go, oh, I have to have inclusionary zoning or something. So just simple housekeeping thing, though. So
Thanks.
Thanks, Andy. Steve?
I have a few questions, Dave. The first one is, back when we had planning jurisdiction over the section C of this plan, what was the zoning? What did we have it zoned as back then?
Where?
South of Highway 40.
At that time, that zoning was still county zoned SAG 5, which we administered. That was a 5-acre agricultural zoning. Then the county adopted Highway 93 corridor plan that was initiated by the private landowners in there, which called for changes to that to a combination of county D4 and business service district, and then also reduced some of the existing, I think it was Ag 20 or an Ag 40 out there back down to a SAG 5. So that was all put in place by Flathead County after they obtained jurisdiction.
Okay. A minute ago, you said that typically we've zoned it back to what it was before when
Yeah.
when we had control of those areas. So what would prevent us from doing that if those people want to?
Well, I think if somebody, the zoning becomes commercial and then they start building on that property with the commercial uses on there, in general, the city has been a little reticent to downzone somebody to a residential use especially if it's had a historic commercial use on there for many years. And going through the planning process with the steering committee, we decided that, because many times we would go to Flathead County and fighting something that was out there on Highway 93 South, even though it was out of our jurisdiction, going to the planning board meetings, and they're like, this has been a commercial use for 30 years, and your growth policy is nuts because it's still calling it to be rural residential, so we're just not going to listen to anything you say. So out of that process, with the steering committee, we opted to recognize that zoning that's there, that the county put in place with the business service district, knowing that it's probably not going to change, but also put very, very strong goals and objectives in place that we would, vehemently oppose any further expansion of commercial uses out there, and that, and the stuff that is, the before commercial, we felt like it was, not appropriate for that zoning because of the number of vehicle trips of the type of uses that are allowed out there, that a transitional zone would be much more appropriate. And so, looking at that area, knowing that, the ship sailed on that being a residential use, there's already people building stuff and getting their permits through the county and moving ahead with that stuff, that, we can't go back time. And I don't know if we get sued or not, that's an Angie question, but if we tried to downzone them back to a residential use, after the county turned them into a commercial use, instead of fighting that fight, we thought we'd, I just out of discussion and out of the planning process, that we would recognize that so that we would have more standing with the county in order to oppose things in the future, and to be able to make a strong statement on how things would go, and and hopefully entice people to want to annex, so we could have control over what happens in there now that that policy of the urban growth boundary has changed.
So okay, I see what you're saying. There's a trade-off to be made there, and that if we control it, if we want them to annex, or if they ask to annex in as a business use rather than an agricultural use.
No one's gonna want to annex if it gets
Right.
changed back to residential.
So, right, and then we can institute our screening and all that stuff. What about existing businesses that already, that exist out there and they want to annex, like coffee traders, for example? Would they be required to meet would they just be grandfathered, or would we?
No, we would
require
ask them to change to that transitional zone, and if the use, was like a conditional use or not an allowed use, they'd be grandfathered in, but they would have to take on that. Once that transitional zone was adopted, they'd have to take on that traditional zoning, which, reduces the permitted uses by right, adds additional landscaping requirements. It's more robust. It would be, it's not adopted yet, so we don't know what's all going to be in there, but in theory, much more restrictive than the B2.
So they'd have to meet the new requirements of that zone. Whether, and so they'd have to add screening, for example. I would assume that's going to be one of our things. Okay, all right. That makes me feel a little better. The other thing, the rest of my comments are regarding section B, segment B, the section between the B2 zone, basically, is what it is, south of 13th Street. We have, in my estimation, we have a pretty big disconnect here between our transportation plan and the uses that we're going to allow down there. This came to a head at a recent meeting with a proposal to put a hotel down there. And so, for example, on page 629 of our packet, which is page 57 of the actual plan, we list the transportation issues, and one of them is that we have traffic congestion, vehicle noise, reduced level of service at intersections, long wait times. The closest continuous traffic count station to Whitefish does not accurately reflect seasonal traffic variation in the city. Yet we still have a land use plan that allows more access points onto Highway 93. So And if we look at transportation opportunities on page 131 of the packet, or of the plan, one of the goals is to reduce the number of access points onto Highway 93, because it's a mess. It's already a mess down there, traffic, especially in the summer, and even in the winter. I rarely see a difference between the traffic in the summer and the winter. So my question is, can we add something to this plan? Is this the appropriate place to add something that says that we will discourage new development that does not provide access to a regulated intersection? Is this the appropriate place for this? Because this is like a big picture plan.
Yeah, I mean, growth policies and quarter plans are not regulatory, but they can make recommendations towards zoning that we would have to add something either in our zoning standards or our public works standards that would, identify accesses and frontage roads or other things, as appropriate. I mean, that could certainly be a goal in this, or an objective, or something under that transportation issue, or one of the additional implementation item, where we could add something about, I don't know, when you have zoning, some uses are permitted as a use by right, so you can't always say you don't want that use,
I get that. We do have a lot of conditional uses in that zone that can significantly, increase our traffic problem and make it so that there's a new entrance onto Highway 93 every 150 feet or so, without going through our intersections. And we don't have the infrastructure right now. And I think if I had to guess, I would say that the people, that in terms of a planning document, we would want to say that at some point we can't continue to allow further development without the infrastructure that gets people from those new businesses or those new developments to an already regulated intersection. Because waiting for the MDT to build a new traffic light is not really an option. They'll do it when they get around to it, or when the traffic counts become so bad that they have to add yet another traffic light.
Well, one of the things this plan calls for is a median on Highway 93 South, which we've talked to MDT a little bit about. I mean, that's going to restrict the access points automatically once that goes in, and I'm not sure exactly when that's going to happen, but they're already talking about. No, we actually met with one of the head guys recently, like a week ago. John and I did, and
okay, so
talking about that, like MDT's plan.
Is there a place to put something along those lines as a goal, as a statement, that we would discourage new development in section B unless those developments connect to a regulated intersection? I mean, discourage is not prohibit. Discourage is this is our vision, right? And the long-term vision is we want to make traffic flow out there.
Yeah, I mean, under, page 83 is the transportation goals and objectives. I mean, the way the plan's set up is generally this stuff's arisen during the issues and opportunities. We'd have to probably create something in the issues segment that talks specifically about that, and then have a goal and objective that, related specifically to that. It's certainly something that we could add if you guys wanted us to.
Well, that's just my thinking right now. I guess I'll bring it up when I don't know how to word it. I don't know exactly where to put it, but I'll bring it up when we get to our deliberations.
Friendly suggestion when we're referencing the plan, if we could reference the PDF page number versus the actual plan page number, I think that would be helpful for us trying to follow along. With that said, any other questions for Dave? Rebecca?
So Dave, we tried to create a corridor plan at least 3 or 4 times with the county. And then I went to a lot of the meetings that you did when the recent one was done by the private planner. So one of the reasons why we're doing this is we're hoping that when the county approves things, it will look more like the entrance to Whitefish than commercial sprawl. But what I'm hearing from the concerns of the public is that we're going to ruin it all. And so can you talk about what this transitional zoning, how it protects the city further from doing that? That's first question. And then the second thing is, when the county hired the private planner to develop that overlay down there, there wasn't any enforcement written into that policy. And even the buffers and the aesthetic parts of that plan were supposed to be done by the planning director alone, subjectively. And so when we have had plans go not according to what we in Whitefish think should look like the entrance to our city, there's no recourse, like to get more buffering or more vegetation or anything like that. So have you had any opportunity to reach out to the planning staff down there? I know they've probably been short-staffed too, about having an interlocal agreement, or in the plan it talks about creating a permitting standard process, but I just didn't know if that was just an idea, but no discussions had actually happened yet. Because that's one of the problems, I think, is we want this, but that doesn't mean that's what we're gonna get in that section, because it is county property. And so unless someone comes in to annex voluntarily and rises to our standards, we still have to be stuck with what the county allows people to do, correct?
Yeah, I mean, again, this plan, until it gets adopted, we have some implementation items in here, one of which is to, increase our dialogue with the county on ways that they can improve their enforcement. They don't have a zoning compliance permit requirement, so if a new use comes in there, someone has to submit a site plan, and then they have no mechanism to review it, approve it, sign off on it, make sure things get built. As we've seen with Whitefish Marine, while they had a site plan, they were supposed to do landscaping, it just never happened, and the county never enforced it. And the county has admitted their failure in that regard, but yeah, right now, that's all out of our jurisdiction. We have no say over what happens there. If there's a use that comes in with a conditional use or some other discretionary thing, we can provide written input, and the county will look at that and look and see how it's consistent with our zoning, but they have no obligation to listen to us. So until we have, some of the, like I said, the goals and objectives in here, call for certain things with regard to that area where we're gonna try to coordinate better with the county, look at ways to open a dialogue with county commissioners and the city council, maybe look at mediation, try to find ways that we can work together. All those things are on the table, but when it comes down to it, if we don't have any jurisdiction, then we have no control over what happens. And so what this plan does, it creates at least a framework where we might be able to at least slowly get some control over what happens out there, and providing a framework where it's done, under our conditions and auspices, and with, what we would like to see, laying out, the types of uses that we'd like to see, laying out the types of frontage roads and access restrictions, like Steve mentioned, and then, limiting the types of uses that would have lots of vehicle trips, because that section of Highway 40 is very dangerous. It's high speed. We don't need a lot more commercial uses in there that are going to cause traffic turning in and out of there. How do we address that? And that's where things like frontage roads and backage roads and all that stuff come into play. But again, we have no control over that. And so the only tool that we could come up with to, sort of protect that gateway in that corridor was to look at, creating a transitional zone that would at least entice people through the need for water and sewer to connect. And then we would have architectural review control. We'd have, environmental control with stormwater management, and looking at, any wetlands out there, be able to put buffers around them, high groundwater issues, all that stuff. We'd have, some input on how that stuff develops. And that's, again, why we came up with this plan, and the whole goal of it is to give us more tools in order to protect that section of the corridor.
Further questions for Dave? We'll go to our public hearing, which will be on Resolution 21-15. We'll hold that public hearing now. Any public testimony this evening, and please don't hesitate, just approach the podium and your name and address For the record, please, as chairman, I do have the right to limit public comment to 3 minutes to ensure the orderly and efficiently running of this meeting, considering we do have 5 public hearings this evening. So if you wouldn't mind giving us the courtesy of trying to limit your comments to 3 minutes, I would certainly appreciate it. Who's first?
David Hunt, 113 Parknell Lane. Mayor Melfeld and council members, I respectfully ask that you do not approve the South Corridor Plan tonight. Please take some additional time to further study and consider improvements to the plan in several areas mentioned in comments to you, in your packet, and oral comments that you will receive further tonight. I'd like to draw your immediate attention to the pressing issue of traffic, and Steve has already brought that up. So the traffic data within the current plan shows 2019 data derived from earlier counts and projected using average rates of growth applied to the earlier baseline. The intersection data modeled and represented there shows only a single intersection, which is at 13th and 93, with an F level of service after consideration for future approved projects. And that was on a little more than 2.5 years ago, and prior to the pandemic that arrived the following year and delayed the corridor plan. So continuing forward, the document that I just handed to you now is from page 54 of the April draft of the 2021 Whitefish Transportation Plan. And while that version of the transportation plan is a continuing project, the existing conditions portion of that project is complete and represented in the document, such as that page that's right there. The page before you shows the 2020 AM and PM peak hour intersection levels of service. The 2020 figures were derived similarly by using a 2017 baseline and projected forward with average growth rates. So doing that, you should now see that there are 5 intersections showing a degraded level of service. Below C, 3 of those show level F at multiple times. So again, that's from a 2017 baseline adjusted to get to 2020. What this does not consider is the large surge of traffic that we experienced this past year, particularly in the summer. And during that period, the Canadian border was closed to non-essential travel due to COVID. So how bad would the existing conditions look if the traffic surge and the border were factored into the study? And that seems like a very important question to be addressed. Glacier International Airport is forecasting record passenger traffic for 2021 and forging ahead with their $100 million expansion plans. And I just read that Glacier Park is going to again use the reservation system for entry into the park this next year. So we have clearly experienced a systemic change in traffic due to the pandemic in multiple areas, yet I don't see that factored into the plan. As many have expressed here on other projects, this change is notable throughout all the Whitefish vicinity, all the corridors, and should not be overlooked. While the 2020 data underrepresents the real traffic problem, it should still suggest strong caution with respect to approval of new large-scale development until major transportation infrastructure projects, such as additional traffic lights, medians, and portions of Baker Avenue extensions are in place. Steve addressed some of those things in his earlier comments. Currently, there are no near-term plans that will mitigate these issues, and getting a traffic count station on a permanent basis in Whitefish is 2 to 3 years out in the action plans in the current study. So again, I ask that you delay approval of the plan until these issues can be studied further, updated and integrated into the plan, along with other mitigating action plans. And hopefully a more current representation of the traffic problem facing our community daily now could help accelerate funding and solutions. Thank you always for your diligence and service to our community.
Thanks, Dick. Appreciate the comments. I neglected to mention at the beginning of the meeting that our city manager is joining us. Dana Smith is joining us remotely via WebEx, so welcome tonight, Dana. Hi.
Hello, Mr.
June,
Mayor
how are you?
and council members. My name is June Hansen. I reside at 6205 Davos Lane here in Whitefish. And I have been a member of the steering committee that has been working with your staff to put together this plan. And over the last 3.5 years, we've had lots of conversations and great diligence in trying to really understand some of these issues. When the steering committee was formed, you, the city council, asked us to do the following things: to provide advice, assist with outreach, act as a sounding board for the public, research issues, provide input to the Whitefish City staff, and to review and finalize a plan. And over the last 3.5 years, these are a couple of the things that really stand out to me and why I feel like we have done good due diligence in putting together a plan that you are now looking at. We met regularly. We did take a little bit of a pause during COVID. And during those meetings, we were looking at data, discussing the data, and getting a lot of input from great subject matter experts, and really looking at the 3 different segments of Highway 93. We solicited and incorporated feedback from the community on several occasions. We held 2 open houses, one in September of 2018 and another one in January of 2019. We conducted an online survey that was open to all in January and February of 2019, and the data from that survey was referenced frequently when we would meet. We always tried to put that forefront at hand, which is, what does the community want us to be considering? We gained insight from subject matter experts like the Montana Department of Transportation, consulting firms that study traffic flow on Highway 93, requirements and considerations for traffic lights, roundabouts, and impact of raised medians on businesses. We looked at other best-in-class mountain resort towns such as Park City, Utah, Ketchum, Idaho, just to try to benefit from the lessons that they were learning as they are struggling with growth just like we are. And we provided feedback to the Whitefish City staff as we reviewed several iterations of the draft document that you have in front of you now. And we looked at each of the segments, the issues, the opportunities, the goals, the objectives, implementation activities, and actions. This 111-page document truly reflects a ton of discussion, research, consideration, and debate. And in conclusion, the steering committee, we feel that this really does respond to what you asked us to do 3.5 years ago, and reflects the desires of the community that were voiced in the online survey and open houses and public comment during our meetings. As we all know, growth in Whitefish is unprecedented right now. The plan is a visionary document that tries to balance the desire of our community and the needs of developers. There's urgency to approve this plan after 3.5 years of work and consideration. As we all know, the growth in Whitefish is exploding, and having guidelines in place will help shape the future look and feel to the gateway of our beloved Whitefish. If we delay any further, development will continue to happen using outdated guidelines and plans. Therefore, I encourage the City Council to adopt the Highway 93 South Corridor Plan. Thank you.
Thanks very much, June, and for all your work on the committee for those 3.5 years. Much appreciated. Mary.
Good evening again, Mary Flowers, Citizens for a Better Flathead. You should have had handout in front of you tonight, and I'd like to refer to that as I begin my comments. I think there's a lot of misperception about annexation and what this transitional zone can and cannot do for the city. I think it's really clear that throughout this project that the public is not interested in the vision that the county has for strip commercial development. And yet, this transitional zone that is being proposed essentially puts out the notice to the property owners in that corridor past Highway 40 that this city will consider strip commercial development. You may want to amend it, you may want to kind of put some lipstick on it, but it's still the commercial growth that for years residents have said is not appropriate south of Highway 40. I know you guys want to do the right thing, and I know the public wants to see you do the right thing. And I think this is time, that transitional zone, Kalispell doesn't have a transitional zone. You don't need a transitional zone. Your zoning right now, your future land use map in your growth policy calls for this section to be residential. Leave it that way. If someone comes to you with some kind of fantastic plan that fits with the commercial use, this plan doesn't inhibit you if you take out this transitional zone. If you leave your growth policy future land use map just as it is, do away with the transitional zoning. Montana's annexation statutes give you the authority to decide what you annex into your city. And I went ahead and provided you all of those statutes because I think it's really important that you and the community, before you move forward with this, let's see the annexation policy that you want to put forward. Let the public know that. Let's talk about it in the context of this. This plan is not ready to move forward tonight. There are a lot of good things, as June mentioned, in terms of the landscaping and some of the vegetation that we want to see, the median. But this transition zone just simply almost locks you into accepting that kind of zoning if it comes to you. In fact, there's a statute within the zoning annexation regulations that say if it's consistent with you, you have to give it. Well, let's not make it consistent because that's not what people want. Let's make it that people come to you with a plan, and hopefully it's a plan for housing. You do not need to have this transitional zone. Secondly, on the property that is also asked to be changed, and this is the property where the Don K property is. This city council in 2018 denied changing that growth policy amendment at that time for the land use, saying that we should have the transportation plan in place. We should have the revised growth policy, that we should be moving forward on those. To change this within this quarter plan is not legal, I don't believe, and I think it's wrong. It's not the kind of consistency, the due process that every property owner in this city deserves is not to have a few people be able to come into a quarter plan and be able to avoid having to go through a growth policy process. I want to also address the issue that keeps coming up is that somehow we have to offer, you have to offer as a city, identical zoning, the closest zoning. The zoning statutes clearly say that you have full control over whether or not you decide to annex in and the conditions under which you decide to annex. I really encourage you to take some time and look at that annexation statutes that I provided you. And I think I also provided you a copy of the City of Kalispell's annexation application. And right within there, they say, consistent with our growth policy, addressing all the standards that come under that. That's what you need. You do not need a transition zone. You have the ability to look at this and to allow the public the opportunity to weigh in on properties that want to annex in, and particularly if it's for commercial uses. So I urge you that this plan is not ready to move forward. And I also provided you in this a copy of a comparison of the transportation goals in your 2009 transportation plan. And we looked at the goals within this quarter plan before you and what's in the right now draft, but existing condition report for the 2021 plan. Again, what we see is a repeat of the same kind of policies that we've known. It's Stenbaker, build out roads that you don't have money or budget to do. I really think it's wrong to move forward with this plan until you get your transportation plan, until you really start to grapple with new solutions, because to repeat the same goals in the 2009 plan that didn't get accomplished, and even earlier than that, plans that are there, is simply wrong. We can do better than that for Whitefish. And I think what that will ultimately do will send a clear message to folks in that corridor that if they want to come into Whitefish, that we have a need for housing. We have a need for really well-planned development. And you do not need that transitional zone for that. You should level the playing field for all property owners. You've got other property owners who say, please change us, bring us into this plan. It's not right to reject them. It's not right to add people. To be legally fair, you need to remove that provision from this quarter plan.
You're at about 8 minutes, Mary.
Thank you. I want to close by referencing the word concurrency. I forgot to write down the number of times that appears in the 2007 growth policy, but it is one of your policies within that plan. Concurrency says that before you allow new development, you need to have in place the standards and the infrastructure to meet that growth. That word is nowhere in this quarter plan. Concurrency is what Steve's talking about, us needing when he's talking about regulated intersections. He's talking about us needing to have standards so we're not approving growth that is further degrading the capacity of the infrastructure we have before us. So I strongly urge you to table this plan before you. I would remind you, and maybe Andy and John, you both remember back a good number of years ago when you were amending when you used to have your regular updates to the Whitefish growth policy. And there was a period in there where you really didn't agree with the document that was brought to you to amend and update that. And rather than adopt it, you simply accepted it and said, we will accept this, look at it, but it does not become the policy of the city. That's the status of where this plan should be until you have more information to do a really good quality plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Further public testimony. Lindsay.
Hi. My name is Lindsay Ramadka, 116 Lutfer Avenue, Unit B. Along with my partner, Michelle Weinberg, we represent the South Whitefish Neighborhood Association. We agree with Mary's comments from Citizens for a Better Flathead. And we have submitted letters and testimony regarding this corridor plan for the record, so I just want to make 3 quick points tonight. First, city staff has told you that you can do a neighborhood plan, and that is true. That is not our issue. Montana Code Annotated 76-1-601 says that if you're going to do a neighborhood plan, it must be consistent with the growth policy. This corridor plan is not consistent with the growth policy, and it's therefore not in accordance with Montana law. Let me give you just one quick example of this inconsistency, and Mary mentioned it. The future land use map in the growth policy, which is on page 116 of your packet, designates land between Park Knoll and JP Road as suburban residential. This corridor plan redesignates that land to urban. It is therefore inconsistent. It's that simple. You can amend a growth policy, as Dave was saying, but it must be consistent. So why is this a problem? Well, this piecemeal planning is a problem in general for Whitefish. You have recent examples of this, or you will soon. You have literally half the town signing petitions against certain development proposals. You have a record-breaking planning board hearing attendance. Why is everyone so engaged and upset? It's because the corridor plan is completely at odds with the growth policy with regard to that certain property. And due to that inconsistency, developers have been able to propose a development that is completely out of character with the surrounding neighborhood. It compounds outrageous traffic problems, and it imperils the quality of life that our community cherishes so much. This corridor plan will lead to the exact same problems. My last point, I just want to step back and see the forest through the trees about why this plan is a bad plan from a public policy perspective. This plan will lead to developers coming to ask you for higher density zoning in places where they cannot get that zoning right now, and that will lead to more contentious and long public hearings from citizens who don't want that zoning. And the reason people will show up to oppose those proposals is that those proposals are not consistent with the 2007 growth policy. And you don't need to look any further than the vision statements in the growth policy to know what the people want. Those vision statements are not meaningless. They actually permeate throughout the rest of the goals, policy, and land use designations within the policy. So South Whitefish Neighborhood Association is asking y'all, at the very least, please do not approve these inconsistent land use designations. They are a violation of Montana law. They do not properly amend the growth policy, and it will lead to litigation. Thank you.
Thanks, Lindsay. Further testimony this evening. Rhonda.
Good evening, Mayor and councilors. Rhonda Fitzgerald, 412 Lupfer Avenue. I attended all 27 of the workshops or committee meetings and the public open houses. And there was a lot of discussion, but I have to say that Segment C, Highway 40, everything south of that, that was not the main focus of the meetings primarily, and I think in large part the committee aren't really clear even what it says. And I think the committee did understand that the community does not want commercial sprawl south of 40. But there was not a lot of strong feeling about that section of the plan. A lot of time was spent on the median, landscaping, buildings set back from the road and screened in segment B, and the river being buried in culverts. Those were the topics primarily that the committee spent a lot of time on. The mayor was a member of that committee, and I don't remember a whole lot of conversation about C, transition zones, amending the growth policy, changing the zoning to urban, and so on. I don't think that that was very well fleshed out on the part of the committee. The plan does have a lot of really good suggestions and aspirations for making the entrance to Whitefish in segment B and A more like what we think of as our community and more in character with our community. But the idea of commercial sprawl south of 40 is definitely not consistent with the vision that the committee was espousing. And I will leave all the details to everyone else who's better informed. I just have a couple specifics that I'd like to bring up relevant to segment A. A is from the river north to 6th Street. So it abuts the downtown and the downtown master plan, which starts at 6th. And there are several items in segment A that I think are problematic and would be better to just take out. So in segment A, background, which is page 51 of the plan, but 57 of your PDF, the last paragraph, the second sentence says, quote, given the number and frequency of streets, a two-way bike lane on Spokane Avenue would need to cross. One-way bike lanes on either side of the highway should be considered. This was examined at length during the downtown master plan revision, and there are 5 very good reasons why that's a bad idea. It also, under issues, is brought up again. The downtown, it's page 54 of the plan or page 60 of the PDF. The downtown master plan calls for two-way protected bike lane along the Whitefish Promenade between East 2nd and East 7th Street, but MDT has indicated a two-way lane is not ideal given the amount of intersections to be crossed. 2 one-way separated bike lanes could potentially be accommodated and should be considered. So that configuration was looked at great length, and these were the reasons why it was not included in the downtown master plan. And obviously, if you want subject matter experts, MDT is probably not it for bikeways. 1, legibility. Existing off-street trails that connect to the future Whitefish Promenade are two-way. The Promenade Bikeway provides a uniform, understandable, and consistent application of bike facility design as an extension of the trail system throughout downtown. This predictable application works best for novice or inexperienced cyclists. 2, space constraints. A two-way bikeway plus a buffer takes up less space than 2 bike lanes plus 2 buffers. This matters because of the constrained Spokane Avenue right-of-way dimensions. Bike lanes on both sides of the street won't fit unless travel lanes are narrowed and/or landscaping trees are lost. The likely outcome of bike facilities on both sides of Spokane would be standard, unprotected bike lanes directly adjacent to auto truck travel lanes. This is not safe nor bike-friendly. 3, Spokane is part of the downtown street grid with 4-legged intersections. A two-way bikeway only crosses intersections on one side of the street. Bike lanes on both sides of the street cross intersections on both sides of the street. As a result, they have twice as many intersection conflict points. The only concern could be a contraflow bike travel direction. Through use of signs or traffic calming measures, drivers can be made aware of cyclists entering the intersections in a contraflow direction. For busy intersections, bike stop sign signals can be added. 4, driveway and other adjacent property impacts. Bike lanes on both sides of the street would potentially have twice as many conflict points with bicyclists crossing driveways as on one side of the street. 5, safe access to destination. The schools are on the east side of Spokane Avenue. Fewer crossings result in a safer route to schools. So those were 5 very compelling reasons to go with the two-way bikeway. And I think that these comments, both under background and issues, should just be stricken because it confuses the matter and it's already been settled and adopted in the downtown master plan. And my other concern is also on page 51, which is 57 of your PDF. The last paragraph, the last sentence says, a consultant for MDT is currently modeling the potential outcomes of different lane configurations on Spokane Avenue. Results of this effort will provide the guidance regarding which lane configurations best meet the vision and needs of the community in this segment. That should not be in this plan because we have not agreed with MDT's preferred alternative, and this empowers that alternative in this corridor plan. So I would ask that you strike those 4 areas. You don't have to add anything, you just take that out.
Mr. Mayor.
3. Oh, I had one more, sorry. The fourth one is page 52 of the plan, which is page 58 of the PDF. That's under transportation issues, second bullet, second sentence, quote, "There are existing buildings abutting the undeveloped city-owned East 7th Street right-of-way that would lose some of their parking, and an existing stormwater retention pond, sewer lift station, and steep slopes add to the challenge of the road extension." This is in reference to the block of 7th Street from Spokane to Kalispell, which has been in our transportation plan for like 20 years and clearly needs to be done. So this is indirect, but sort of an editorializing with unnecessary detail regarding that street extension, which is in all our adopted plans. And I think that should be stricken as well. And those are my comments. I know they're the little ones, and you've got the big thing, the big elephant, but these would clean it up and make it a much better plan.
Thanks, Rhonda.
Thank you.
Appreciate the comments. Further public comment on this agenda item? Not seeing any, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and turn it back to the council. I'd prefer a motion one way or another just to move the discussion along. We have 4 public hearings in front of us. I'm sorry, Michelle. Is there anyone online wishing to provide comment? Thanks for the reminder.
I've asked them to raise their hand at the beginning of the
Thanks
hearing,
very
and
much.
nobody has raised their hand, so no. No public comment from the online.
Okay, thanks, Michelle, for the reminder, and the public hearing is closed. I'll turn it back to council again for preferably a motion one way or another, just to move the discussion along. Steve, I saw you reaching.
It was an unsure reach. Let me find the language here. Hang on. I recommend that we adopt resolution number 21-50, resolution adopting the Highway 93 South Corridor Plan as an amendment to the 2007 Whitefish City County Growth Policy.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilor Fury.
May I ask a clarification question?
Yes, sir.
Steve, when you say adopt, is that as opposed to approve?
I was going by the suggested language in
I know,
our agenda.
but there was a differentiation made earlier that Mary cited for us as the difference between approving and adopting or simply accepting. So you're moving to adopt or accept, is my question.
Adopt.
Well, I said adopt, and it was seconded, so we'll go with that for now.
And it was clear with the second.
Steve would like to address your motion? Let me say that again. Would you like to address your motion?
Yes, there's a couple changes I would like to, or a couple additions I'd like to. Well, actually, I do have a question for Dave, clarifying question for Dave, if I may, first. Is that okay? I just want to clarify, Dave, the idea of a transitional zoning in the area south of Highway 40 is not to encourage commercial development, correct?
I mean, it's already zoned commercial.
Okay.
It can already develop commercially. All we would be able to do with that transitional zone is affect how it develops, how it looks, the parameters of that, and maybe control some of the uses that might happen there, but
And if we decide
somehow encourage, you know, if we didn't have that zoning district and we didn't, you know, if we wanted to change it back to residential, no one's gonna change that, and we're just gonna see county development, commercial development happening out there without any oversight.
Okay, and I think that's clear. What I'm hearing you say is that we just want to, if it's going to be zoned, it's already zoned commercial, period, from the county. And we want, if we create this new zoning district, it'll be something similar to what we did on Highway 93 West.
Yep.
or north, whatever we call that, with the old Idaho timber place, so that we have certain kinds of zoning that's allowed in that area to account for potentially affordable housing, those kind of things. Okay, my other clarifying question is, if somebody chooses to annex in currently, and before we get this transitional zoning in place, and we give, and they come in at the closest zoning to what we currently have that matches up with their county zoning, they would then be required to meet the requirements of our zoning in those districts.
Yeah, so I mean, if it's, I think the council's already made it pretty clear that, they wouldn't want to see WB2 south of Highway 40. And so if someone wanted to annex in there, I mean, we would let them know that that sentiment, that if you ask for B2 in there, you're not gonna get it. So you're gonna have to come up with a different zoning district that's, acceptable to the city council. It would either be a custom zone or something very similar to the transitional zone, or maybe, a zone like something else that's, wouldn't allow retail uses or whatever.
Or they could just say, that's fine, we just won't annex and we'll build according to the
county.
Our by right.
Yep.
And we won't have the ability to address screening or setbacks or any of that
Just
stuff.
do whatever we want.
Sign ordinance, dark sky, any of that stuff, correct?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to be clear on that, thanks. I do have some suggestions in regards to my earlier comments. I don't think we need to add any language about the traffic issues. They already exist. Page 63 of our packet, which is page 129 of the actual document, in the right column, bullet number 2 addresses this issue already. I think I got these page numbers right. I have three different page numbers. On page 129 of the document itself, which is page 63 of the PDF for this agenda item.
Just point of clarification, let's reference the packet and the actual plan, because that's, I think, where we're getting confused. We reference the PDF, which is actually different because the page numbers on the
it's on
corridor plan are actually smaller than the page numbers in the, and so we seem to have all those confused, so let's.
Okay. It's on page 129 of our 667-page packet. It's on page 57 of the plan itself. Bullet number 3 on the right-hand side says that it addresses it calls out this transportation issue, the lack of road network grid connections, Greenwood East to Monaghan, Whitefish Avenue south to Shiloh, Columbia Avenue, Baker Avenue south to JP Road. It's already there. It's already an issue. Now I don't know what page I already took out the page number. I think it's page 132 of the document, which is page 60 of, or page 132 of our packet, page 60 of the document. Bullet number 3 says and this is under transportation opportunities, the existing street grid system could be further expanded. It's already there. And then in the segment B, vision, I just want to call out 2 things about this greater vision for this area that we already addressed, that we already have written in here. About the second, looks like the third sentence in the segment B, vision, intense uses will be focused around key intersections. Intense uses will be focused around key intersections. And then last sentence, second to last sentence there, the number of highway accesses will be reduced. So the vision is there for that. So what I'd like to do on page 159 of our packet, let me find page 159 here. Is I'd like to make an amendment to my motion to add a goal, an objective Under transportation, goal B4, on page 159 of the packet, which is page 87 of the document, add an objective number 13 that reads something along the lines of discourage any new development that does not connect to the existing grid system to that access regulated intersections.
I'll take that as a formal amendment to your original motion. Is there a second to the friendly
I'll
amendment?
second.
Seconded by Councilor Fury. We will vote on the friendly amendment first. Are there any comments? I see Craig Workman's hand. I'll address Craig.
I think that's a great addition. Steve, I actually had the exact same thing. My only recommendation is that we make that discouragement until such time that the raised median is installed. And after that point, I think we've taken care of the problem. So the way that I had it written was discourage projects along Highway 93 that do not have direct access to a controlled intersection until a raised median has been installed.
I'll accept that language instead.
Is that okay with the second?
Perfect, yes.
Further discussion on the friendly amendment? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed, like sign, and that motion carries unanimously. Michelle? Steve?
And then I do have another, I would like to add a city action item. And I don't know what page it's on anymore. I'm sorry. Let me see if I can figure it out. No, that's not it. So this would be somewhere in the neighborhood of page 103 of our document, page 175 of the packet. This would be a city action. Maybe it should be, actually it should probably take place somewhere on page 100, 101 or 102 of the document, page 174 of our packet. I'd like to add a city action that says address through legislation the extension of the road grid to connect new development to roads that access regulated intersections.
I'll take that as a friendly amendment. Is there a second to the amendment?
Could you read that one more time?
Address through legislation the extension of the road grid to connect to new development to roads that access regulated intersections.
There's a second on the floor by Councilor Norton. I had a question. Would that be best handled legislatively or through planning?
Well, I think it would come in our zoning regulations somehow.
Dave, do you want to chime in on this?
So, I mean, your wording of it, addressing through legislation the extension of the road grid. So that means that we would have some language that requires someone to extend the road grid every time someone develops something? Because we could only do that through Nexus if there's direct impact.
Well, I guess the spirit of what I'm trying to say is that, you know, we can have this, we can say that we want to discourage development, but if we don't make any changes to the rules that we have nothing that compels the planning department when people come in with development or developers to help us do this so that it's not all on the city to make these road changes, to build new roads.
Yeah, I mean, it gets a little complicated where there's existing uses that maybe there's a change of use that might require a CUP, but it's had an uncontrolled access to the highway for 25, 30 years. You know, what happens in those situations? It's just a little bit of a nebulous thing.
This is
to
new
put in the zoning
development.
code.
It's not existing development.
Angela?
So Steve, with respect to new development, if the road is required, it is going to serve the new development, then that can be a requirement. However, if it's going to serve the community as a whole, it's generally not permissible. I think we can encourage those sort of roads through, especially through PUD development, but as far as requiring a new development to put in a road, that's not only going to serve the new development, but the community as a whole, as Dave said, is lacking in a nexus. But I do think we can encourage them certainly through PUD or CUPs.
So would that be a change to that legislation?
I think we could definitely take a look at our PUD and our CUPs.
Okay, so this is just an action. It's not binding on anybody, any developer, except us, that we're gonna take this action to address this issue.
Yeah, it may be.
Extending the grid.
Sure, and maybe we, take a stab at it as, direct staff to look into, legislative, amendments that can encourage that rather than require, so.
Okay, but does the language that I have prohibit anything from, it's just as saying this is an action we need to take, is addressing through legislation, connecting to the road grid.
Does the language work for this document?
I massage it a little bit, just kind of like what Angie stated about, let's consider legislative amendments to facilitate road extensions, or extension of road grid to access intersections or something like that.
Is that okay with the first?
That's fine.
And the second, Rebecca? Yep, okay. Further discussion on the friendly amendment? Adding a city action item, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed, like sign, and that motion does carry unanimously. You now have two friendly amendments that have been passed. Further discussion on the original motion. Frank.
Mr. Mayor, I've got a couple amendments I would like to make to the document. On page 123 of our packet, in the last, let me see if I'm in the right spot, yeah. In the last paragraph on the left side of the page, or excuse me, the right side of the page, halfway down that last paragraph, sentence begins, given the number and frequency of streets and two-way bike lanes on Spokeland Avenue would need to be crossed for one-lane bike lane on either side, the highway should also be considered. I would like that sentence struck for the reasons that Rhonda cited earlier. We have a plan. There's a good reason for us to stay with that plan for Spokane Avenue. It's the vision of this community, and it seems to be reflected in this document, in my view. And that's,
let's see if we get a second on the floor first.
That's great.
Is there a second to the friendly amendment?
Can you repeat where that is? I just got to
Sure.
page 123.
It's page 123, right-hand side, or the paragraph that's just above the picture. Paragraph begins, the downtown business district master plan. Go down to the next sentence, I believe it is in that begins, given the number and frequency of streets, a two-way bike lane along Spokane would need to cross one-way bike lanes on either side of the highway. Excuse me, not even reading this properly. Let's say, okay, but you know where the sentence is that I'm getting to. Okay. I do.
Is there a second to the friendly amendment?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councilor Fury. I saw his hand first. Further comments on the friendly amendment? Everyone's clear with what it entails? All those in favor, please raise your. Dave, sorry.
I was just going to add that, we put that in there because we met with MDT about that, and they basically said that, for their engineers had serious safety concerns with that, and they would balk at constructing that. And so all we did is put language in that says also consider or look at other alternatives, if we weren't able to work through that with MDT. But, from their data, a two-way on one side of the street, because of people pulling out of driveways so often that they very seldom look both ways, if the traffic's coming the other way, that there was a high instance of, bicycle vehicle accidents. So that was the reason why that we added that additional language.
Yep. Thanks, Dave. All those in favor of the friendly amendment, please raise your hand. Those opposed, like sign. Was that for or against, Rebecca? And that motion carries unanimously. Michelle?
Am I okay to continue?
Please.
The next sentence in that paragraph following below. Additionally, city arborist assessments indicate mature boulevard trees need replacements this summer, and others will need to be replaced in the next 10 years due to poor tree health. That is a false statement based on our most recent arborist assessment. The assessment that we received is that they are good for at least another 10 years and will not need to be replaced within 10 years, as this suggests. I would like that sentence struck as well.
Is there a second to that friendly amendment?
Do you want to replace the whole sentence or just the first? Do you want to strike the whole sentence?
The whole sentence. The whole sentence.
Okay. I'll second it.
Seconded by Councilor Cornell. I'd like to acknowledge, Maria, can you touch on this, please, given the arborist is employed by the city and conducted the study through your department?
Yes, the arborist evaluated the trees for this plan for the Spokane Ave, and they did evaluate that there were trees that would live up to within the next 10 years, but not only until 10 years. It was a 10-year study, which is why that 10-year limit was put on it, but it did not mean that they would not last beyond 10 years. Frank is correct.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. Thanks, Frank. All those in favor of the friendly amendment, please raise your hand. Those opposed, like sign, and that carries unanimously. Anything further, Frank?
Oh, yeah. I'm on a little bit of a roll here.
If you don't mind just pulling your microphone closer to you, we're getting a
Sure,
echo.
there you go. Let me go down here. Okay, and then continuing in with this paragraph, it states a consultant for MDT is currently modeling the potential outcomes of different lane configurations on Spokane Avenue. Results of this effort will provide guidance regarding which lane configuration best meets the vision and needs of the community in this segment. I think we know this is also a false statement, given the current state of the plan that they are recommending, and that this community has not agreed with it and quite frankly has gone against it. I would like this sentence also struck.
Can you reference the PDF packet page, please?
Yeah, it is. It's the same page, same paragraphs. It's page 123, continuing in that second paragraph.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilor Cornell. Further discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed, like sign, and that friendly amendment carries unanimously.
Yes, and carrying on. On page 124 of the packet, the paragraphs identified as number 2, transportation issues. The second bullet point down begins, the transportation plan also recommends extending 7th Street between Spokane and Kalispell Avenue. I think we should strike the remainder of that bullet point, which references there are existing buildings abutting the undeveloped city-owns 6 East 7th Street right-of-way that would lose some of their parking, and an existing stormwater retention and sewer lift station. Steep slopes add to the challenge of the road construction. I don't want anybody indicating, or anything in this plan indicating, that there is any entitlement to anybody to use that right-of-way, or that we are in any way inhibited from developing it based on some existing use that's being permitted while it's not developed.
Is there a second to the friendly amendment, striking that bullet point? Seconded by Councilor Davis. Further discussion on the motion? Dave.
John, I mean, this is just the section that raises issues with things. I mean, there's a goal in this plan to extend that right away. So all we're acknowledging in here is that there's some physical limitations to that currently existing with that stormwater pond, the steepness of the slope, the fact that
it's the reality.
It's the reality of the situation. It's just listed as an issue. Doesn't, later on in the plan, we still recommend, extending that right away. We're just acknowledging that there's some challenges and expense involved in that. That's all that is.
These are the existing conditions, Frank. I don't see why we need to be pretending they don't exist.
Right. No, I appreciate that, John, but the way this is written, and if we want to rewrite it, or maybe if everybody's comfortable with it, I'll live with it. But the way this is written, I could make an argument that we are acknowledging some entitlement of those structures along that right-of-way to use them as parking and otherwise. And I just don't think that's the approach. That's not a message that we want to send, nor do we want it in any of our official documents, recognizing that that's an issue, because it's not. That's my feeling.
Further comments on the amendment? Rebecca?
No, I won't be voting for this one, Frank, because during the public hearing, when that was approved for that use, it's all documented that it is part of the city's long-term plan potentially, and that he's not entitled to parking. So I think it's better to keep it in here because it outlines the reality of why that probably hasn't happened all of these years later. So, but.
Thanks, Rebecca. Further comments on the amendment? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed, like sign, and the motion carries on a 3-2 vote with Councilors Norton and Fury voting in opposition. Anything further, Frank?
Just a second.
Take your time. We have all evening.
I don't want to take all evening. I just want to get this identified and right. On page one, beginning on page 124 and continuing on to page 125, I guess it is. No, 126, because why it leapfrogs a bit. It does, because there's a picture in between. The last bullet point begins on that page 124. The downtown master plan calls for two-way protected bike lanes along the Whitefish Promenade between East 2nd Street and East 6th Street, I believe it says. East 7th Street, excuse me. But MDT has indicated a two-way lane is not ideal given the amount of intersections to be crossed. Two one-way separated bike lanes could potentially be accommodated and should be considered. I understand that this is under the issue section, but I think I indicated earlier that the community has, quite frankly, rejected the concepts that the MDT has been putting forward with respect to that section of highway and putting in two separate bike paths, one on each side. I'm happy to identify this as an issue, that's MDT's, that's their feeling on it. But I don't think it's necessary for us to further say that we must consider two one lane or two separated bike paths, one on each side. I think we can identify that MDT has indicated that that's not ideal given their preferences, but I don't think it's necessary for us to identify at the end two one-way separated bike lanes could potentially be accommodated and should be considered. I would like to strike that sentence.
Is there a second to the amendment?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councilor Quinnell. Further discussion on the friendly amendment?
Yeah, I just don't understand why we're talking about what should be considered when we're just outlining issues, so I think it should be taken out.
Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed, like sign, and that motion does carry unanimously. Michelle?
I'm done for now.
Thank you, Frank. Anything further from council in terms of amendments, questions, discussion? Rebecca?
Yeah, Dave, it was something that Lindsay brought up, and it was the land between JP Road and Park Knoll was the land use was changed from suburban residential to urban, but I can't find it in the document. And is that a map, a future land use map that we negotiated with the owner?
No, it's, if you look on page 89 of the packet of the plan, which would be
at my mouse tonight.
Page 161 of your packet.
Oh, okay. Do you mind just reading it to me?
Well, yeah, if you look at the future land use map, we looked at areas within the city as part of our visioning of where appropriate, like housing, single-family housing should go based on the overall future land use of segment B. So if you look at where the map, if it's on page 163 of the document, shows that future land use map, the proposed one for that corridor. And if you look, there's kind of a balance of general commercial down the middle, urban densities on either side of the highway that run all the way down the corridor. And that's standard planning to put your urban residential close to commercial cores. Outside of that, where you get into the more rural and suburban densities, outside of city limits, is the suburban residential. You know, and identifying areas where we could put housing within our community. There's very few places in the community where we can put housing in. And we're calling for infill in our community. So as part of that planning process, the committee looked at that and determined that it should all be urban, mirrored on both sides of the highway, right up adjacent to that general commercial, because whenever we have suburban residential next to commercial, there's always conflict. And so by having that buffer of urban on either side, and that's also an area where we can actually put housing in, we determined that was the best future land use. Now, the existing zoning's in place. If someone wants to change that, they're gonna have to come in and ask for a zone change. But this is just a future land use, looking at the highest and best use of the community, what should be next to the urban core, what should be next to arterials. We have Baker Avenue extension bisecting that property, which is gonna be a major arterial. It made no sense to have suburban uses on one side of a major arterial, so that we designated that as urban to match the rest of it. And it's all, the existing zoning on all sides of that is already urban. The neighborhoods around that are all urban. That property's undeveloped, and it made sense to set it as an urban density.
So, when I was involved with this Wisconsin corridor plan, the planners met with different landowners, and then they requested land use designation changes to match what their plans were. But in this case, the owner didn't do this, the committee did this.
Yeah, we looked at
Just
it
to have
as planning,
consistency.
best planning for the community, looking at where housing should go in our community. We did the same thing on the other side. I mean, there's a little section off of Shiloh Avenue, I think, but.
Can you address why it's not a violation of our growth policy? And why it will not?
Because it's an amendment to our growth policy. The growth policy itself called for corridor plans to look in greater detail at land use, at transportation. So there's things that get modified within that when it goes into greater detail. This is one of the things that we looked at as part of that, and it was directly in our growth policy, says to do a corridor plan that addresses and looks at these issues. And so this corridor plan looked in greater detail at those things, and it's the same as we did in our other corridor plans. We modified some of the land uses in our other corridor plans. We added transitional zoning in Highway 93 West, and none of those property owners asked for that.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we talk about it because litigation was mentioned. So I just wanted to make sure that we put it out there. Okay.
Rebecca, can I add something? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Sure. So, a few years ago when the developers, I think they were called Whitefish 57, came in for a growth policy amendment, there was some pretty specific criteria that they had the burden of meeting. And their growth policy amendment was very specific to their development. At that time, council didn't feel that they had met the criteria set forth in our actual growth policy itself for an amendment. But as Dave said, our growth policy as holistically has called, for neighborhood plans to look more closely at these details. So I don't necessarily think that the fact that you guys denied a growth policy amendment years ago because the developers specific to their development didn't meet the actual criteria is an impediment here.
Okay, thanks, Angie.
Steve.
Just a further clarification here. Is this a growth policy update to change the growth policy, or is this a neighborhood plan?
Well, it's a corridor plan, which is adopted as a neighborhood plan for that overall neighborhood as an amendment, an update to the growth policy.
So it changes the growth policy of
Yes.
2007.
Yep.
Okay. That's it.
Further discussion or questions? We're going to vote on the original motion now as amended with, I believe, 5 friendly amendments, unless there's anything further from the council. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed, like sign, and that motion does carry unanimously. Thanks for the public comment this evening. We're going to go ahead and just take a quick recess. We'll reconvene here at 9:05. Okay, we're back in session, and we will move on to item 6B of our agenda, which is ordinance 21-19, an ordinance amending Title 4, Public Health and Safety, Chapter 2 of our solid waste of the Whitefish City Code, and this will be on a first reading. Craig.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. If my count is correct, I think this is the 6th time that you guys have seen recycling on your agenda in the last year, so I'm going to expedite this with your permission.
Yes.
So I think we all know that the city does currently offer recycling services to our businesses and residents at a centralized location. That site does suffer from overuse and contamination and is actually on a site that's no longer owned by the city. So based on council's direction and interest in continuing to provide recycling services, we did advertise for bids earlier this year for recycling services. We accepted bids for 2 separate and distinct services, one being the management of a new centralized site, and the other being for biweekly collection of recyclable curbside materials. The intention obviously being to proceed with just one of those 2. Responses were received from 3 contractors and presented to the council back in April, at which point we were directed to advertise for public hearing to solicit public input. Following the public hearing, which was conducted in May, council directed staff to begin negotiating with Republic Services for a curbside recycling program. The draft contract, along with the proposed changes to the solid waste code, were discussed at a council work session in September. And at that point, we were directed to advertise for a second public hearing. That was held back in October of this year, on October 18th. We had advertised that a couple of times in the Whitefish pilot and mailed directly to all utility customers the advertisement as well. 10 individuals gave verbal testimony at the public hearing, with all but 1 being opposed to curbside recycling as it was proposed. So included in this packet is the proposed ordinance outlining the changes to the solid waste code, along with the current draft of the proposed contract with Republic Services. The primary factors to consider, as we've gone through in much detail in past meetings, are containers, the distinction between residential and commercial properties, the potential addition of another bear attractant, billing, and education. These have all been discussed at previous hearings, and there isn't any new information to provide on most of them. However, I will tell you that we do have additional information to discuss with regard to bears. I believe this is an issue that's definitely risen to the top of the list of concerns from the public, staff, and council. We did meet with members of Fish, Wildlife, Parks, and Republic Services a couple of weeks ago, back on November 16th, to discuss the issue. And this meeting came on the heels, I think, of one of the most active bear years that we have on the records. Discussions included how to make Whitefish bear friendly or bear aware by transitioning to transitioning all non-downtown garbage cans to an approved animal-resistant container. While I don't currently have exact figures to provide, or I didn't have exact figures as of the due date for this last week, I can tell you that Chad Bauer from Republic Services is here, and I recommend that we bring him up to the podium before the public hearing is reopened. Also, as you know, Jim Williams and his staff are here to discuss this. So at this point, I do recommend council hear from Chad and Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, and then reopen the public hearing to solicit additional comments. Upon conclusion of the public hearing, we'll need direction on how to proceed, and there's a number of things to consider at this point. Obviously, there's a proposed ordinance and the proposed contract, which is a separate item on your agenda. And then there's also the issue of the existing central recycling site and consideration of how we manage that in the interim. So based on that, I do recommend that we hear from Chad and Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, and then reopen the public hearing.
Thanks, Craig. Before we invite Chad, any questions for Craig? Chad, welcome. Just name and address for the record, please.
Mr. Mayor, Councilors, Chad Bauer, 1501 Rogers Street, Missoula, Montana. Thank you for having me up here tonight. Just a little bit of history about myself. I think it's going to come into play when we're talking about these animal-resistant containers. I've been working with FWP since 1992, developing and testing the animal-resistant containers that we use in Montana and pretty much across the United States. So extensive history with that. I also served on the Governor's Grizzly Advisory Council 2 years ago. So I was one of 18 members across the state that helped develop a plan for the state of Montana and grizzly bears. So I do have quite a history involving bears and, well, other wildlife and garbage. So based on what Craig was just talking about, we had a meeting up here probably about 3 weeks ago now in regards to the bear issues, what's going on. I went back. We've done this in other locations, Red Lodge specifically. Red Lodge is a complete 100% bear-resistant community. So we kind of modeled it after that. We have the ability to purchase bear-resistant carts for the residences for both recycling and trash services. It's going to be a little bit of an added cost to the constituents of Whitefish, right to the tune of about $5.75 a month per cart. So one for recycling, one for MSW. So about $11.50 a month more than what they're currently paying and what's suggested they would pay on the recycling contract that we haven't officially gotten to yet. It's a cheap price to pay. You'll hear from the folks at FWP, these animal-resistant containers work. They've been well tested. Mr. Williams has had numerous bears. He had a bear in his house 2 days ago and just played around with his can and left. That's what we want these things to do. I mean, the bears are still going to come into town, but as long as they're not getting a reward, they're going to move on. So I think the best option for the city of Whitefish is to look at doing a bear-resistant program with both recycling and MSW trash. We can talk about length of contracts and other things. We'll have to have further discussions on it because that 575 rate is a 7-year contract as opposed to a 3 or a 4 remaining. We're talking about spending close to $6 million in capital to buy these carts for the city of Whitefish. So we're going to have some guarantees on our side that we can continue to operate the way we have. And we've had a great relationship with the city of Whitefish for 20 plus years. So I don't see that going away. But there is options out there. The other thing that I do want to discuss, and I didn't see it in the plan, Craig, and Dana, I had sent an addendum to the MSW contract in regards to the convenience site. We had agreed to service the convenience site at our cost up until the end of June. We're now sitting at December. We're losing about $15,000 a month between our hauling fees and the processing fees for the recycling. And the addendum what we're asking in the addendum is that the city of Whitefish covers the processing fees. We're still willing to haul a convenience site for free up until the point we get the curbside contract done and started. But we are asking for help from the city of Whitefish for the processing of the recyclables. And I'm happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
I have two, Chad. You referenced $11.50 plus or minus for both the recycling as well as trash cans, bear resistant. Is that in addition to the recycling base rate?
Correct. So it'd be $5.75 on top of the existing recycling base rate and $5.75 on top of the existing trash rate.
And the base rate being, if you don't...
Oh, I don't remember off the top of my head. It was right around $6.75 or $6.25 on the recycling side, and I think the base rate on the trash is around 10 or 11.
So we're looking at about $18 for both bear-resistant containers plus the base fee for recycling.
But being able to do it in bulk is going to also reduce the cost
cost for the folks that currently choose to have bear-resistant containers. They're paying about $23 a month right now. So being able to order enough containers to get it around that $15 or $16 a month will reduce the folks that have them already by about $5 a month.
Okay. And then the processing fee, rough estimate per month?
Depending on the month and how busy it is, it's been running between $2,500 and $5,000 a month for the processing fees.
Any questions for Chad? Frank?
Chad, does it make, cost-wise, does it make any difference to us if we were to choose to delay, for lack of a better description, curbside recycling for an indefinite period of time, so that we could swallow the cost, I'll say, increase of going to bear resistant? How quickly, if we wanted to go bright, how quickly could we go bright in terms of getting bear resistant recycling containers in the city?
We'd have them probably, worst case scenario, March 15th-ish, April 1st, by the time, before the bears wake up in the spring.
Okay. And that's whether we just order for regular trash or whether we...
Either or, yeah. I could have 9,000 carts here for both projects by that time frame and out on the street and delivered.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Can I answer your other question, though, in regards to if you hold off on the recycling side of it? If you hold off on the recycling contract and we don't make any headway on it, I am going to come back and ask the city to help with the hauling fees as well.
No, that's fair.
Okay.
That's fair. I don't disagree with you. No, that's fair.
Thank you.
Is the additional cost just for the container?
Yes, it is. They're extremely expensive. They're about $400 a piece.
Okay. But that $575 surcharge goes on forever, though?
Yeah, because we'll replace the containers when they either get worn out or broke, or there's no other cost associated with the city. So if one breaks, we're not coming back and saying we need another $400 to replace it. So it's just, and we run those through about every 7 years. We'll replace all those containers.
Okay, thank you.
Ben and then Rebecca.
Just curious, you mentioned Red Lodge. Are there any other municipalities in Montana that have these carts that you know of?
Well, we have probably close to 15,000 of these carts scattered out through all of western Montana, between Missoula, Ronan, our operations in Polson, Big Fork, Mineral County, Sanders County. Red Lodge is the only community that has something similar to what Whitefish is asking for under a contract where everybody has to have an animal-proof container.
So all the other ones you described were all just voluntary?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Rebecca.
Was implemented?
I'm not 100% sure because we've had a bear-resistant program in Red Lodge for the last 18 years.
Oh, okay.
So I can tell you that they still have bears walking up and down the streets of Red Lodge. They're just not getting any food rewards right now.
And then the other thing is, can you just talk a little bit about how each household will be handling? The way I understood it from Craig is each household now will have their own cart to roll out and their own recycling to take out to the curb, and then they'll bring it back in. And both of them will be bear-proofed, but we won't have the big, huge black things anymore.
Correct, and that is kind of the direction that we have worked with the city is everybody will get 2 cans. The big black tubs will go away, and everything will be moved out to the front of the curb for service. So the trucks can go up one side of the street, down the other, and they're out of your hair. Yep, the folks just have to get their garbage out to the curb, bring it back in when they get home.
But the alley dumpsters for the downtown commercial businesses remain, correct?
Alley dumpsters for downtown commercial
We're
will
just
remain.
talking residential alley dumpsters go away.
Correct.
Okay.
And we do have an option for bear-resistant dumpsters for the downtown commercial businesses as well.
Okay. I have another follow-up if there's no other questions from the council. Craig, if adopted, would we still have in code or by ordinance, the requirement that the rollouts not happen until the morning of pickup, or considering these are now bear-resistant containers? For example, my house, I quite frankly don't have room for 2 rollout containers in what's a carriage garage from 1904. Can I continue to leave those, or can I leave those, for example, in the carport in the back alley?
Yeah, absolutely. I think once we transition to the animal-resistant containers, they could be left outside. They'd have to be brought back from the curb,
Sure.
you know, at a certain time, and couldn't be brought out before a certain time, because we don't want, you know, carts out 24/7. But that's the key, I think, to the animal-resistant container, is it won't require them be in a garage or in an enclosure. They could be outside.
So the rollout ordinance goes away, portion of the code?
Well, the portion of the code that will go away is the requirement to have them enclosed.
Correct.
You'd still have to roll them out within a certain time frame of pickup.
That's what I meant, yeah.
But, correct.
Okay, great, thanks. Steve?
I do have one more question. So you said, so even in the avenues over here, it would be, you'd be collecting not in the alleys anymore? It would be on the street?
Correct.
Okay, but most people don't have driveways that access the street in that area. Is there a way to continue to pick up in the alley instead?
We would have to look at that, Steve. I'm not 100% sure. Part of the reason is because of with the equipment and the arms, and then having to move everything to one side of the alley, you're also blocking folks that are trying to get in and out of their alleys that morning.
Right.
The curb option seems to work the best, but we're willing to work with the city and design our routing so it works with everybody.
Okay, because, I mean, people park on the street there too.
Mhm.
Okay, thanks.
Further questions for Chad? Jim Williams and his staff's also here. Any questions for FWP? Not seeing any. Thanks, Chad.
Thank you.
We did advertise for a public hearing on what will be ordinance 21-19, and we'll hold that public hearing now. Any public testimony? Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ruben Castrin with Citizens for Better Flathead, 135 South Main Street. We submitted comments in the October 18th hearing, and the comments submitted again tonight in written form very closely resemble those, so I can be brief in mine. First and foremost, we want to encourage Council to pursue this animal-resistant, bear-proof option, and thank you, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks Republic, for being here and discussing those. We feel that is necessary for a safe and efficient rollout of this curbside recycling program. The other thing that was highlighted in our October comments, I would like to reiterate, is the need for a strong public education and outreach, especially with these curbside programs. Speaking with other municipalities that do it across the country, it's necessary that people know what can be recycled and that the recycling has to be cleaned. That's something that a lot of people don't know, and when everything goes in the trash, it doesn't matter. But when it's sorted into recycling and then taken to recycling for baling, it does matter. Which brings us to the other point that we want to highlight, and that's the issue of excluded waste. Once discovered, after it's been collected, the contract with Republic currently posits the responsibility on the city to pay for excluded waste being taken to the dump. We believe this is a potentially large unfunded budget line in the city, and so we hope you revisit that when you're looking at these contracts. If you look at our written comments submitted tonight, we recommend some changes. First, to the actual code, which addresses the issue of storage and rollout containers, and clarifies some code should you choose to pursue the bear-proof animal-resistant option. It also just clarifies that material must be placed in these containers when it's rolled out. I believe there is some discrepancy in how the code is currently written, so some of our recommendations there hope to clear it up. Further down in our comments regard the actual contract that is currently drafted, and looking at this issue of public education and excluded waste, and we hope that City Council and staff will look at those comments and address those issues that are raised as you work with the public to finalize this contract. So thank you for working on this. Really excited to have curbside recycling in Whitefish. Appreciate it.
Thanks for your comments. Further public testimony tonight?
Mary Flowers. I just wanted to really...
Address, please, Mary. Address, please, sorry, for the record.
2770 Upper Lost Creek Road.
Thanks.
Whitefish. Excuse me. I want to really give a shout out to staff and to Fish, Wildlife, and Parks and Republic for really coming forward, I think, with what is a critical solution for moving forward with both recycling and garbage collection in the city. I think the potential liability that the city might encounter without addressing bears is a real potential. And I think getting ahead of this, I think, is just so important for you as a council and as a city. And I just think it's a win-win that I want to encourage. I also want to really encourage you, because you have this expertise in the room tonight, and because this is a public hearing and an opportunity for those watching and those who review this meeting to hear from Eric or whoever they choose as a spokesperson to really speak to the importance of these containers for not only garbage but for recycling. And I think that would inform all of us tonight if you would encourage or invite that tonight. They've sat here a long time. I think hearing from them would be important. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Further public comment tonight? Not seeing any, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and turn it back to the council for consideration or a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve, adopt ordinance 21-19, I believe.
Yep.
An ordinance amending Title IV, Public Health and Safety, Chapter 2, Solid Waste of the Whitefish City Code.
Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Councilor Norton. Discussion. I'll acknowledge Steve first.
I do have one amendment that I'd like to make.
Okay, start with the amendment.
On page 299 of our packet, page 3 of Exhibit A, preparation, Section C, preparation and collection of residential recycling. Item number 1 says, to the greatest extent practicable, recycling shall be separated from solid waste and placed. I would like to strike to the greatest extent practicable. That leaves a door open for people to say, well, I couldn't practicably separate things.
Is there a second to that friendly amendment? Seconded by Councilor Norton.
If I could just speak to it, this is, if they don't separate it, it's either not going to get picked up or it's going to contaminate the load, which means that it goes to the dump instead.
And we're paying for it.
Yes, and we're paying for it. So I don't think we should allow an out. It's recycling shall be separated from solid waste.
Further discussion on the friendly amendments? I think it makes a lot of sense, Steve. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed, like sign, and that friendly amendment passes unanimously, which brings us on to the original motion unless there's any other comments. Ben?
I was wondering if, since we do have FWP here, if we could ask them to provide comment on the
If they'd like, they're certainly, we're invited to provide public comment. I didn't want to put them on the spot. Jim, don't want to do that to you, but we just did.
Mayor Mofeld, councilors, it's our pleasure. I'll just introduce them both. Tim Manley is actually retiring next month after 37 years, so have at him. And Eric Wenham. Eric and I went to grad school together 30 years ago. They're both been here a long time. Eric's the black bear and mountain lion specialist. Tim's grizzly bears. So,
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, having worked with grizzly bears since 1993 in the human conflict stuff, in and around Whitefish, we have captured grizzly bears in Whitefish over the years, getting into garbage. We actually had grizzly bear from Glacier Park show up in Whitefish to get garbage, and that was in 1999. So I don't deal that much with grizzly bears just in Whitefish, but surrounding the area also is a big concern. But I think having good bear-resistant containers for garbage and for recycling is a very good step. We've been waiting many, many years, as Chad mentioned, to try to get good carts that work, that they can actually empty automatically, you know, pick them up and dump them without having to get out and undo clips. And so I think finally there's a product out there that works, and Chad talked about that. So I really do appreciate the fact that Whitefish does have a city ordinance that says that you do have to store garbage in a bear-resistant manner. And I would really like people to consider the fact that Whitefish could lead the way in being a bear-resistant or bear-friendly type or bear-aware community. Canada has a lot of bear-aware communities. Montana is catching up, and Whitefish is one of the few cities in the state that actually has an ordinance to prevent bears getting into garbage. I'm going to turn it over to Eric Wenham now, because Eric is the one that deals with the black bears, and that's mostly what has been in Whitefish. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, grizzly bear wise.
Just want to congratulate you on a stellar career. I met you back in 1995 when I worked on the Kootenai, and then you, of course, had to deal with my brother for years down at FWP. So,
thank you. Yep.
Congratulations.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Frank.
Yes.
And this is outside the scope of what we're doing here. Have you been working with or had any interaction with our the commissioners and the county? I mean, my particular property is located right next to or abuts county land. All of my neighbors have the same problem that we have. We're in the urban interface, essentially. We have bears in our neighborhood. We have these guys leaving their trash out overnight. Makes me crazy as hell. But have you had any outreach to them at all, to the county commission, so that they would be at least taking some steps or considering taking some steps requiring that bear-resistant containers be in the county?
We have had in the past discussion with past county commissioners. Didn't go very far, although we did get Flathead County to make their transfer stations bear-resistant where we were having issues. And so Flathead County Solid Waste has put a chain link fence and electric fence around many of their transfer stations. We are hoping that Whitefish, by showing that you can do this and have bear-resistant containers, working with Republic and the other haulers, we hope they expand throughout the county. Columbia Falls, Big Fork, I cover from the Canadian border down to Sealy Swan Divide and from the Continental Divide to Lake Koocanusa. And we have consistent problems with grizzly bears and black bears throughout that area. We're hoping that Whitefish can basically lead the way, and we can point to Whitefish and say, look, they did it here. Columbia Falls, Big Fork, they don't have any city ordinances that require, garbage being stored in a bear-resistant manner. And so hopefully, we can go to the county also and say, look at what Whitefish has done. We'd like to expand this into the other areas. So that's what we'd like to see. So Whitefish, I think, could lead the way with that. Yeah. Any other questions, grizzly bear wise?
Ben.
Do the bears like the recycling containers as much as they like the garbage containers?
Yes. Well, because if, like was mentioned, you need to rinse stuff out, cans, because Coke cans and whatever have that sugar smell in them. So if you don't rinse them out, it can still attract them. And that's why Chad mentioned having bear-resistant recycling cans also. So both the garbage and the recycling would be bear-resistant, so they couldn't get into it.
Yes. And Rebecca.
You.
Thank you. I'm going to give it to Eric. He's the one that dealing with grizzly bears and Jim Williams.
So to kind of follow up on yours, and I know the city attorney's here, but just to put it in a little bit of perspective, the state of Utah spent or paid penalties of about $3.5 million, and the U.S. Forest Service paid penalties of about $11 million for an incident where a small boy was killed. You guys are set up as the city right now. You're primed for an incident. This was a record year in terms of bear conflicts, both black and grizzly bears. Certainly black bears were everywhere. They're still out right now. Jim Williams' neighborhood had a bear in it 2 nights ago. And so the problem persists. It's not going to go away if this isn't addressed in a timely fashion. I expect next year will be worse. We have more new residents. We have people coming from all over the country bringing bad habits. They are not used to living in bear habitat. They don't think of downtown Whitefish as prime bear habitat. In fact, it is. And so we're going to have an even bigger issue, not only from new citizenry, but from bears' generational learning that, we had a big cub crop this year. They're going to be kicked off as yearlings come spring. And rather than having one problem like the bear with the 3 cubs running amok on Iowa and Dakota and Skiles, we'll have 4 independent problems come spring, and they all know the game. So this is very timely. The other issue is, you were asking about the recycling being an attractant, and we have to remember what bears develop what's called a search image. So they don't differentiate a brand new garbage can that's never had trash in it, has no smell, has a brand new plastic smell to it. Because it's a garbage can, they recognize what it is, they'll go and knock it over. So a recycling bin, they're going to start to associate, especially as Tim talked about, that fermented sugars, those sorts of things, if they don't get rinsed out, it's basically trash. So they're going to knock over recycling bins. And if they're not bear resistant, now we're going to have a recycling problem scattered up and down the street. So the issue will still continue.
Thanks, Eric. Any further questions?
Thank you, guys.
Very much appreciated. Further comments, questions, or are you ready to vote on the motion?
I just have one comment. I just want to acknowledge the fact that, we're looking at an $18 increase in what we pay monthly, which is going to be tough for a lot of our residents to swallow. Some of them, it's not much, but for me, in particular, that pretty much wipes out my my rebate from the resort tax on my income, on my property taxes, at about a little over $200 a year to make this happen. With that said, it's past time to have bear-resistant containers in this town. I was just in Colorado, and there's bear-resistant containers everywhere. Nobody has a non-bear resistant container. It's also past time to have curbside recycling in this town, and I'm glad that we are going to be one of the leaders in our state in terms of doing this, because there's not much better bear habitat out there than right here in Whitefish.
Thanks, Steve. Further comments on the motion? Ben?
So just to clarify, is your motion to adopt bear-proof containers with the curbside recycling program?
I was under the impression that that's what we're doing.
Craig?
The way the ordinance is currently written, it requires city-approved containers. I don't know if we would come back and modify this to indicate that city-approved containers must be animal-resistant, or if we can probably just do that by policy in our rules and regulations.
It would be part of the contract too, correct?
Yeah, so the contract will be a separate agenda item, and I think, based on some of the comments that we've had, we may want to make a few alterations to the contract. So my thought with the contract is that you would just authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute that contract, and we can make those changes. That authorizes us to make the changes. And I think that with this conversation, knowing the ordinance requires city-approved containers, we can include that in the contract.
I think it's implied through the motion. I think Dana would like to chime in here. Dana?
Sorry.
sorry, it's so difficult being on WebEx, so my apologies for not being there. I'm trying not to get anybody sick. I would just say, we're gonna have to go through a rate approval. So, when we go to approve rates just for recycling and for the updated animal resistant, we'll have to go through that process before we can move that route. It might be that we want to add some clarifying language, because I will tell you that this is mandatory, and so we get quite a bit of pushback. And so I think if we can show that, these are the rates set, this is the mandatory container, and then we can clean up the language about having it outside, so it's very clear to people that now that you have a animal resistant bear proof container, you can leave it against your garage. You don't have to have it inside. So I think all that clarifying language will have to come later once we get through that rate approval process as well.
Thanks, Dana. Anything else to add?
I think that's all I have. Well, the only other thing is, Chad mentioned the MOU on the central recycling site. Our intent is to bring it to the, depending on what the decision is made tonight, we'd bring that to the council on January 3rd, backdating it obviously to December, given that was when we kind of told Chad we'd bring it forward. But the central recycling site that we currently have, we only have an MOU with the Housing Authority to utilize that site through May 15th, I think, of 2022, as they're getting ready to develop the Snow Lot Townhomes project. So that's why the timing of this curbside rollout is mid-April, so that we have that 1 month overlap at the central recycling site. So just so you know, there's a lot of timing play in all of it, but we'll bring that MOU forward in January.
Great, thanks, Dana. Ben?
Craig, given that we are now considering animal resistant containers, which almost double the cost of the recycling program, I mean, how does that work legally? I mean, do we need to go out and get new bids for this? I mean, where does that put us in the process? I mean, I don't have any knowledge of cost other than a verbal testimony up here.
Well, that's a stumper. I don't know, but it's a good question. The scope of the service is still the same as what we advertised in the bid package. The costs of the service, they are still willing to honor, even though the bid package did only require them to honor their bids for 60 days. We're well beyond that. It seems to me like the city is requesting this additional level of service, and so help me out.
I think it's, also, Craig, if I want to clarify, the recycling contract would have to be for 7 years for that 525, correct? 575, thank you.
Yeah, we'll have to rework the contract. I know that in order to get the rate that Chad quoted at 575, it was a 7-year payback. I guess I was thinking about that in terms of the garbage contract, which only has a clause of 3%. The lesser of CPI, or 3%, is an annual increase, which is fairly lucrative in the city's perspective. And so carrying that out for another 4 years, in my mind, made quite a bit of sense because of that inflationary rate. But yeah, I assume that recycling would be the same 7-year requirement. So that's what you'd be looking at.
Steve?
Just to clarify, I'll make another attempt at this friendly amendment, just another friendly amendment. On page 1 of the document, page 297 of our packet, 4-2-3 container requirements, Section A, I'd like to just add 2 words. A city approved, actually it's 1 word hyphenated, comma, animal resistant container required.
Is there a second to the friendly amendments?
I'll second that.
seconded by Councilor Fury, excuse me. Where did Frank disappear to? All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Those opposed, like sign, and that motion does carry unanimously. Michelle, were you in favor? Frank was in favor of the friendly amendment. Michelle? And that does bring us back to the original motion, which is to approve ordinance 21-19 as amended. Further discussion?
I too believe that we are ready for recycling, clearly ready for beer-resistant containers. My concern is compounding those two items given the increased cost, the total increased cost, Steve. I will go with the will of my fellow counselors on this, if that's what they want to do, but I will also be happy to separate the recycling requirements, or going with a recycling program at this time, including bear resistant, which if we're going to do recycling, curbside has to be in my view with bear resistant containers. But we're more than doubling, as you pointed, actually, we're tripling essentially the cost of refuse disposal in this town for each and every household. Some it may not make a damn bit of difference to as a practical matter, other than they'll be upset that there's an increased cost. But it concerns me that we're going to be saddling the bulk of our citizens who live here full-time with that cost. And so I would be open, I would be open to delaying, at least for now, or tabling the recycling piece of this thing to a date certain or a date uncertain. But that's my feeling on it. So.
Just in response to that, Frank, I agree with you. I have a lot of heartburn about that. I think that we can take a look at it from a budgetary standpoint between now and the time it actually gets adopted, and once we get the contract done and see what the actual number is, instead of saying everybody pays this, maybe the city bears some burden for that in the short term due to the drastic change. But we can't continue with not having our trash or our recycling, well, our recycling not picked up, and continuing at a site that's unmanned and unprotected because it's a wreck over there, and we can't continue to have our trash in non-bear proof containers. So that's my thought on it.
And I would just compel staff. I remember back in the late 2000s when we realized we weren't doing annual increases for our enterprise fund in water, and we realized we needed a new water treatment plant. We literally tripled water fees over a 3-year period, and I would compel staff to find an alternative to that approach for this and get creative, and whether there's grants available through state and federal agencies or other means, the new general tax revenue we're receiving from the expiration of our TIF, something to help, soften the blow to our residents, because I certainly agree with Frank's sentiment on this matter. Andy?
Yeah, and I think one thing we need to consider too is people want recycling, and whether or not we're picking it up at the curb or not, then that means we keep the central recycling site, and then we're going to be paying not just the processing costs, but we're going to be paying the hauling costs also, which is not without expense, and that's got to be paid somewhere. I mean, I think that's what we have to understand, and I think as we've worked through this, that's what we've really looked at, is ultimately long-term, there's going to be a cost to every citizen in this community for recycling, period. That's going to happen. And whether that's hiring an attendant and building a $250,000 facility to have everything, and people drive there and have the car traffic and all of the things we hear about that are also other problems, I think that this is probably long-term the least costly that our citizens are going, the least cost they're going to pay for recycling. I mean, in the short term, I agree with you. I think it's going to be a number for some people, but it's also something that we just have to do. So, and I don't think that those guys are going to sit around for a date uncertain with the contract that they are already past due. They gave us 60 days to sign, so I don't think that's going to. I don't think if we wait till another year that it's going to be the current rate. So that's my guess.
I did throw him a bone earlier, though. You got to give me a break.
All those in favor of the motion as amended? Angie?
John, I'm so sorry to be the Debbie Downer, but that's what you guys paid me for. Dana just reminded me that we bid it out as a 3-year contract. Given that, and given, I guess, the change in price and what I'm hearing as council's concern is passing that on to the consumer, I do have concerns about not going out to bid. I know it kind of throws off the timeline, but I think it is a significant change from when we actually got bids to begin with. And Craig can chime in and Dana can chime in, but it's just going from a 3-year contract to a 7-year contract, I think is a change. It's beyond the scope of what we bid.
Ben?
I was going to make a comment to say that I kind of agree with the sentiment from Frank. I mean, I do feel like this is the right direction, but the process of it is just a little weird to me. I mean, we don't have bids. I mean, we're talking about doubling the cost of what we previously agreed to do. We don't have any bids for it. We don't have any costs except what was represented to us here on the by the gentleman and the microphone. So I think it's the right thing to do, but I find myself being concerned about how we're going about it, and I do think it would be nice to explore other ways to help offset this cost of this from our citizens.
Well, my question would be, how much can we settle between now and the time the Bears come out of, when the Cubs come out and the yearlings come out? Because that's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a problem all summer, next fall. If we don't have this in place, we're gonna be in trouble.
Question, Mr. Mayor, as we move forward. Angie, or Craig, how quickly could we get, for lack of a better, refreshed bids given this change so that we can make a decision? I have no doubt, I mean, I have no reason to doubt they've given us an appropriate price that's fair and it's reasonable. I don't know whether anybody's going to beat it necessarily, but how quickly could we get that done so that no matter what happens, we can stay on the March timeline to get this thing in place? If we're going to do it, and I think we're going to do it.
Frank, I'm sorry, and then Craig, I'll let you answer that. I mean, I think the nuts and bolts are in place. I don't think Chad's giving us an unfair number at all. I mean, that's not what I'm saying by any means.
I know you're not.
But I just think, following our process, and it's given that the scope has changed, that, the public process would be better served by getting different bids. I don't think that we necessarily will get a better bid. I'll let Craig weigh in on the timeline. Hopefully, like I said, the nuts and bolts are there, the ordinance is drafted. We have at least a semi-complete contract, so I don't think we'd be recreating the wheel, but.
So with council's direction, we could get this in the paper next week. We'd have to advertise for 2 weeks, and then we could open bids. I believe it's within 7 days of the second bid advertisement. So I don't think we could have bids for the first meeting in January, but we could have bids for consideration by the second meeting in January.
Can I ask that? Maybe there's another way around this. Chad, could you come back up to the? I'd love to, because I want to. Well, you're just going to answer my questions. You're not going to ask any questions.
Yes, sir.
Just kidding. Is there a way to structure the contract so that the original contract stays in place with some sort of automatic renewal, so you have a guarantee that after that first 3 years, you're going to get the next 4, so that it makes the cost work, so that we don't have to go through this whole process again?
Yes.
Is that something we can negotiate in the contract, Angie?
I believe, Angie, there was an automatic 3-year renewal in that contract.
Okay.
In agreement with both parties. You can double check,
There
but I
was.
thought we had a 3 with a 3. So we could do that 6 is there already.
Okay.
Not necessarily any different than what I was talking with Craig about on the garbage side of it is, we've got 4 years left on the existing. There's a 5-year option there as well. We just need, like I said, it's a significant capital outlay for us.
Sure.
upfront, to the tune of $6 million. So, yeah, there's definitely ways to work around it, and
Without having to go back out to bid and.
absolutely. We're willing to follow the contract the way it was written, and if we have to figure out what that price would be for 3 years, we can certainly do that. I can tell you it was considerably higher, just because of the initial term of the contract, but if we're looking at the 3 with a guaranteed 3 on the other side of it, absolutely, we can hold that price.
Okay. That was my question. Do you have questions for us?
I actually had a question for Angie in regards to if you do go back out to bid, and the fairness of that, just due to the fact that we were almost $3 a month lower than the competitive bid. So in all reality, that price is only going up $2.75 from what that original competitor's bid was with no bear resistant carts. So just curious, I was curious about that, but thank you.
Thanks, Chad. Appreciate your.
Further discussion? I think we can handle this under the next agenda item, which is when we actually discuss the contract. All those in favor of the motion as amended, please raise your hand, and those opposed, like sign, and the motion does carry unanimously, which brings us on to agenda item 6C, which will be ordinance 21-17, an ordinance amending Title 11 of our zoning regulations, Chapter 2, zoning districts, Chapter 3, special provisions, Section 34, medical marijuana, and Chapter 9, definitions of the Whitefish City Code. And this will be on a second reading, and it was pulled from the consent agenda on November 15th for proposed changes. Dave.
Good evening again. So yeah, as you mentioned, this item did go to 2 work sessions with the council, taking that direction. We brought it to the Whitefish Planning Board. They unanimously recommended approval of these changes. The council then held a hearing on November 1st and unanimously voted to approve it. But then on the second reading, they pulled that off the consent agenda and asked for us to look at some potential changes, including potentially removing the WB2 zone from where dispensaries might be allowed, and then also potentially requiring dispensaries to be a full conditional use in all commercial zones rather than an administrative conditional use as was proposed in the original ordinance. So just a quick analysis of this. I mean, I think that you guys, whatever you feel comfortable with is probably fine. As far as the B2 zone goes, it is one of the only areas where there are a lot of vacant or dilapidated properties that would be potentially redeveloped and upgraded by new uses going in there. We know of several that have been under consideration that we've talked to from different applicants, entrepreneurs that are preparing to, or were preparing based on what the council had originally adopted to potentially open stores and had properties under contract. So with that change, there's obviously been some concern, and we've gotten a lot of phone calls and questions about what you guys might be looking at doing. If there are specific concerns about the B2, you could look at, making them a full CUP in that zone and administrative in other zones. With regard to the conditional use permit question, whether they should be administrative or a full CUP, we did support the language originally approved. We do feel like the standards and development requirements that are in place are adequate, and the staff can do a good job of reviewing them. And it does, adding a full CUP does put a significant delay. For instance, the sales go into effect January 1st. If we only start taking applications after that goes into effect, which would be January 6th, it wouldn't get onto a planning board until March, which wouldn't be approved till either the beginning of April or the second meeting in April at the council for a CUP approval. And there's also a lot of CUP applications that'll be coming in all at once to the planning board and the city council, potentially overwhelming some of those meetings. If it is administrative, then we could probably get approvals out by February 1st for people. As far as potentially, and it was brought up by someone about potentially changing what the state mandated 500-foot distance would be from schools and churches. Right now our language reads the same as state law, which is 500 feet and address on the same street. If it was measured on all sides, it would potentially take out almost all of the downtown with the location of the 2 churches as well as the school. So the B3 would pretty much, other than maybe one or two spots with the 150-foot separation, there might not be any place downtown. And as a reminder, the council already recommended eliminating all of Spokane Avenue in front of the central school from Railway Street to Second Street as part of that consideration. But staff does recommend approval of the original ordinance as recommended for approval by the planning board. Both ordinances are in the staff report, a revised one that has the changes that you guys asked to see, as well as the original one. Be glad to answer any questions if you have any.
Thanks, Dave. Any questions for Dave on his staff report? Frank?
Dave, point of clarification. Even if we accept the revised division, removing the B2 from it, these kinds of facilities could still go into the Mountain Mall. They're not be restricted from going.
Potentially, I guess that's an Angie question. That mall is grandfathered for all retail sales and service when it was approved originally. I mean, if we have specific language in there and it's not included in the B2, I guess that's a question of whether or not or it could be. You know, if it's not listed in there and we decide it is approved, then it would be a use by right in there. Unless we add it to the conditional uses, and then it would be turned into a conditional use, even potentially even in there as a conditional use. But.
Angie?
All right, I think if you want to make them all subject to a conditional use permit, then you should probably specify that, because it would be allowed, I think, as a use by right in the Mountain Mall.
Okay, but currently, nothing, the changes of removing this essentially from the B2 would not inhibit or prohibit them from going into the Mountain Mall, given its grandfathered uses.
Potentially. I mean, one could go in there. If they have to be 150 feet apart, so you might get one, but yeah.
Okay, but one could go in there.
Potentially.
Potentially. Okay, and do I need to add any language, do we need to add any language to the revised to clarify that? Because I do, if we're going to do this, I want it clarified that they can go into the Mountain Mall under other circumstances, but I do want them to continue to be all conditional, actual conditional uses as opposed to administrative conditional uses.
So if you're saying you'd want to eliminate them from the B2, but just allow them in the mall?
Yeah. Given the mall's uses and its historic uses.
Yeah, I mean, I think the language that's currently in that revised thing would do that for
Okay. And would it also require that if that were the case, that they would become actual CUPs as opposed to administrative?
You would have to add that conditional use permit only in the mall, and I think there might be some legal questions if you're singling out one property owner as being allowed to do it and all the rest of the ones in that zone not being allowed to do it, because that is one property owner. So, I mean, I think that that's potentially a legal issue. Generally, zoning should apply equally throughout a zoning district.
Well, we have that same problem with respect to the entire zoning for the B2. The mall doesn't fit.
It's just grandfathered in.
Exactly.
But if you add that use in there and then specifically allow it in that zone without the rest of the zones, then you're changing that.
Is this true? Okay, thank you.
Steve?
Question. So Dave, B2 is distinctly different from B3, right? How do we prevent, if we don't increase the distance between businesses in the B2 zone, how do we prevent this kind of green mile growing south of town?
Well, I mean, there's a 150-foot distance requirement in all the zones, you know, as drafted. So there wouldn't necessarily be, you know, there'd have to be a bit of a distance between them. Yeah, there could be a couple here and there, but they wouldn't be able to be right next door to each other all along in a strip. And
right.
I mean, it's when properties become available, when properties are vacant, I mean, obviously there's, you know, like downtown, there's, you know, only one or two properties even vacant or currently.
Right,
so.
but could we increase the distance in the B2 zone because it's distinctly different from our downtown business district?
Potentially, you could make it, you know, 300 feet in the B2 and 100 feet elsewhere. 150 feet downtown or the other two zones.
Okay, and where would that go in this ordinance?
So if you're looking at the original.
I just don't think a one-size-fits-all, I mean, my concern is that a one-size-fits-all for all these business districts doesn't make sense because they're not one-size-fits-all.
I mean, it'd just be under 1134C where it talks about the no dispensary shall be located within 150 feet of an address on the same street as another dispensary, and I would just change that to say in the WB1 and the WB3, and no more than 300 feet within the WB2.
What page is that on?
Don't the lot sizes in the WB2 just mitigate for your concern?
Yeah,
in and
they're
of
huge.
themselves? I mean,
A
they're
lot of
massive
those lots are giant, so,
They're not downtown storefronts.
So
looking
it's
for a
measured,
page number.
this is the part where I get confused, is that it's measured from the address of the property?
It's measured from the front door or from property to another property front door address on the same street, which is how it's worded in state law.
Okay, so if you have several businesses on one property, that's one property, there's one addressed store in that, and then you have to go to the next. So you can't have, on one property, you can't have two stores 150 feet apart from each other. Is that correct?
On one street, addressed on the same street. So like on Baker Avenue, anything on Baker Avenue would have to be, 150 feet front door to have another dispensary on Baker Avenue in that area of the B2.
Okay. My concern is, I was just in Colorado, there were two stores right next door to each other. They were 150 feet apart because that's Colorado law, but you have two stores that, right at the entrance to town, that are right next to each other with the big green cross, because I guess that's a Colorado thing, is you have to have a green cross outside. I think that the citizens of this town don't want something like that. They don't want to drive in on the strip in the south of town and drive past 7 pot shops. And I think that, I don't know how to make sure that we don't have that. That's my concern.
Well, I think increasing the distance apart in the B2 is probably one way to do it. You could do 300 feet, you could do 500 feet.
Okay, all right. I just don't know where to make that amendment is the problem. Oh. If I choose to do that.
Just humor me for a minute, Dave and Steve, because I hear where you're going and I like where you're going with this. Keep in mind that the distance between one side of 93 to the other side of 93 probably exceeds 100 feet. So increasing it to 300 out there makes some sense. If we're going to allow it out there, I would certainly entertain something even longer, or even a bigger number. Again, because otherwise you stay at 100 feet or 150 feet, it's damn, you'd be right across the street from each other, even if they can't be next door to each other. And so, anyway, that's just.
And Steve, that's on page 410, item C.
Further questions for Dave? Rebecca?
Hi.
It is on.
I mean, yeah, you could choose to do that. I mean, it just takes time to make, zoning change in effect. It's a 3 or 4 or 5 month process, but yeah. I mean, I don't know if there's 14. I know of probably 6 or 7 people that have talked to me. Only one of them talked about possibly multiple locations, but yeah, all over town. I mean, the majority of people that have been talking to me have been talking to me about the WB2. They've been looking at some of the buildings that have been vacant there, or uses that are for sale that have been, kind of.
Thanks, Rebecca. Further questions for Dave before we go to a public hearing? And we'll go to our public hearing on what will be ordinance 21-17. Is there any public testimony this evening? Thanks for hanging in there so late with us. Sorry this wasn't the first item on the agenda, but now's your opportunity to comment, name and address for the record, please, when you do approach the podium. Any public testimony tonight? Thanks.
Lance Haverland, 830 Birch Point Drive, Whitefish. So, in direct, I guess, addressing Steve's comment, Whitefish has sign ordinances, correct? So there's not gonna be big green crosses, here. So I just want you to take that into consideration. There's not gonna be big green crosses. We have sign ordinances. It's gonna be, whether they're together or not, it's not gonna look tacky. And that's all I have to say right now, because I know the other people are gonna address the rest of my concerns. Thank you.
Thanks, Lance. Who's next? Please don't hesitate. There you go, Ed.
Hey there. Thanks for doing what you do, you guys. I'm Ed, doctor, 845 Wisconsin Avenue. The last time I was here, you guys, I really appreciated what you passed unanimously. And I would just kind of suggest sticking with it. I think, you know, I mean, and Steve, I would like to see 7 dispensaries when I go into town. I'm a citizen, just so you know. Maybe more if I owned them all. But I do see, one thing I think communities underestimate when it comes to marijuana sales, the sales themselves. If you look into, and I've looked into a lot of them, the sales are pretty big. It's a revenue generator. And I think if you really limit where these stores can go, you know, sure, you're making a couple guys a lot of money, but I mean, I would just say there's enough love to spread around, put it that way. So as far as if you're going to limit a lot of where you can put the dispensaries, you know, you're just limiting a lot of business and tax revenue and this and that, you know. I mean, it's really, if you look into it, you know, a lot of communities say, well, about 10% of their population will end up buying the marijuana, and it's normally about 20 to 30% in most cases. Thanks.
Thanks, Ed.
Hello, my name is Paul Archie. My business address is 600 East 8th Street in Whitefish. I happen to live in Columbia Falls. It's the old Quatman and Quatman building that's in the WB2 zone. I've lived in the Flathead Valley for 43 years and been a resident, employee, and employer in Whitefish for the last 30 years. We think our building is well suited for a cannabis business, understated, discreet, attractive, perfectly in line with the city's requirements for tasteful storefronts that blend in. Our business neighbors support the idea. But I'm not here to specifically advocate for our business. I'm more concerned with the larger argument of whether the WB2 zone is appropriate for cannabis businesses. As I understand it, limitations on small retail stores in WB2 are intended to protect the unique retail business environment of the downtown area and to prevent a strip mall type of development pattern along Spokane Avenue. The policies have largely worked as intended. The downtown business district is flourishing as a tourist destination, is perhaps even full. And the city has mostly avoided having the unsightly strip development. I applaud all of that. I found one comment from last meeting notable, that dispensaries are no different from a sunglasses store or any other shop requiring a small display area. I don't think this idea could be further from the truth. A cannabis dispensary is one of the most highly regulated businesses in the state. Everything must be tracked, controlled, secured, and recorded at all times. Employees are subjected to intense background searches. The number and size of sales to customers is limited. Nobody under the age of 21 can enter the premises. Marketing and branding of products is basically not allowed. Cannabis businesses are more like a pharmacy than anything else, but even more regulated. Other than the potential size of the store, they have almost nothing in common with a sunglasses shop or any other existing protected business in downtown Whitefish. There was also a comment noting that cannabis stores in WB2 could anchor strip malls and encourage sprawl. I think this is a bit of a leap of logic. First, the city already tightly controls what kind of developments can be approved. Second, cannabis businesses would make poor anchors for whole strip malls due to their specific consumer profile and contentious nature. Nobody buys very expensive real estate to create a strip mall anchored by a pharmacy or a liquor store, for instance. When I read through the permitted and conditioned uses, I will wrap this up, I narrowed it down, don't worry. When I read through the permitted and conditional uses for WB2, I can see that great care was taken to protect the types of businesses found throughout the downtown area. The gift shops, clothing boutiques, art galleries, toy stores, jewelers, all the things that catch the browsing eye. A cannabis dispensary is not one of these things. Additionally, the majority of the most attractive retail space in downtown is off limits to a cannabis business due to proximity restrictions for schools and churches and other dispensaries. So if the idea is to ensure that cannabis dispensaries can flourish in the downtown area, that point is nearly moot due to these severe limitations. Starting a dispensary is incredibly difficult and is not a task that is undertaken lightly. The regulatory hurdles, intense oversight, and built-in expenses tend to weed out, pardon the expression, those who are not in it for the long haul. My company and others like ours are interested in establishing responsible, respectable, flagship businesses that provide valuable services to the community while employing local residents and adding to the tax base of the city. Please allow us that chance. And I encourage you to adopt the initial regulations, but you'll obviously do whatever you want. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate the comments tonight.
Hi, everyone. Mike Midland, 5600 US Highway 93 South. I just wanted to ask or say that I'd like to vote for no restriction for the WB zone, and then also no cup. You know, these guys have done so much work to go through all this regulatory. I think it would be good to not have that. And the third is to just stick with the state as far as the zoning, as far as the distances from the churches and everything. That's what I think.
Thanks, Mike. Further testimony tonight.
Hello, my name is Ken Deeds. I'm at 2273 Cedar Lane, Whitefish. And I first off want to thank you for granting me the opportunity to speak tonight. I, with my partner Lance, who came up earlier, own and operate a medical cannabis delivery business that services Whitefish. I'd like to use this time to talk about the continued importance of cannabis to residents of Whitefish that are deeply suffering or facing death. These are the people we focus on and work with daily. I feel in all the discussion of zoning, the importance of cannabis as medicine is being overlooked. Many of you as city council members may not understand how much it is helping some of the people you represent. And I don't know if you realize how your prior decision to keep cannabis out of our community has left the sick and dying feeling neglected by the city of Whitefish. I'd like to tell you about 3 people we work with and one that has died, and I'll do so quickly. I'm here tonight because they asked me to come speak. I'm really not that comfortable up here, but they've all asked me to come out. Their medical conditions prohibit them from being here, and I will use fake names to protect them. Jeremy is a middle-aged resident of Whitefish. He grew up here and was an avid skier, biker, golfer, and hunter. 25 years ago, he was in a bad off-road motorcycle accident. As a result, he's a semi-paraplegic that suffers from severe vertigo and spends 20 hours a day in a bed. Michelle is someone that came to Whitefish in the 80s and really represented a person that loved the outdoors in our community. 21 years ago after work, she was in a car accident and suffered a severed spinal cord. She has laid in the bed now for 21 years straight. She suffers from severe neuropathy. Her legs feel to her today as broken as the day she broke them. In the last 3 years, she has suffered from a degenerative eye disease and is now blind. In her own words, no single medicine has helped her more than cannabis. In her own words, it lets her eat dinner with her husband, hold his hand, and say, "I love you." And that's about all she has right now. Dawn just finished a 3rd round of chemotherapy and lived on Whitefish Lake for 30 years. Dawn has since passed in the last few weeks. Her smile, her strength, her will to live, and her personality I will never forget. At the end of the day, cannabis was the only thing that let Dawn eat food. At the end of the day, it was the only thing that let her conquer nausea. And when she died, her husband reached out to Lance and I, and he thanked us a lot. Without cannabis, she would not have been able to eat food. She would not have been able to hold out her husband's hand and once again say those precious words to someone, "I love you." Tom is the last person I'll discuss today. Tom is a veteran, and he served in Afghanistan as a field medic. As a result, Tom suffers from PTSD. At this point, Tom can spend about 1 hour a week outside his house. When you tell the people of a community that are suffering to go somewhere else like Columbia Falls or Kalispell to get medicine, you put more suffering into their lives. You might not realize it, but in turn this has made them feel not welcome or cared about in the city of Whitefish. People that are suffering should have easy, quick, and accessible access to medicine. And cannabis is medicine. For the 4 people I discussed, time in a car, time traveling, time out of the home is a much bigger ordeal than I think you realize or perhaps understand. For Jeremy, sitting is pain and getting in a car is pain, he has to pay a nurse. For Michelle, the pain is so severe of getting in a vehicle that she has to take higher doses of narcotics. Every bump in the road hurts her. For Tom, just getting out of his house is a very intense experience. With his PTSD, his heart beats as hard as it can when he leaves his home. So today, I ask you, the city of Whitefish and the council members, to think deeply about the people of our community that are suffering the most when you make this decision about zoning and cannabis. The license from the state of Montana in the near future will read medical and recreational marijuana. Today it reads medical marijuana. The government of the state of Montana has recognized cannabis as medicine. The Montana DPHHS has recognized cannabis as medicine. Over 80,000 medical cards have been issued in Montana by licensed medical doctors. The current zoning rules list medical-related businesses as one of the exceptions to the zoning rules. I ask you as a city council to recognize cannabis as medicine as the state of Montana has done. I feel cannabis businesses should not be treated differently than other businesses when it comes to zoning. In conclusion, by allowing dispensaries on the 93 corridor, you are allowing the people suffering the most in our community to have quick, local, and easy access to medicine. You will be doing these people a huge favor by keeping all their needs in one place. They do not need to try and battle for a parking spot in downtown Whitefish, and many have sensory and mobility impaired conditions requiring aid in wheelchairs. These people do not have problems like you or I. They face the most serious problems in the game of life. And I hope you guys make this decision today with a little compassion for them, because I know there's a lot of talk about dispensaries, money, recreational. At the end of the day, there's people living right here in Whitefish that are suffering, and as a part of this job, I've realized just how much they're suffering. And I just want to thank you for your time, and I hope you take these people that really need this as medicine into consideration. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken, for the thoughtful comments tonight. Further public testimony. Giuseppe.
Giuseppe Caltabiano, 2075 Lion Mountain Loop Road. Council, city staff, thank you for your work, and Dave, good job in your note to the council explaining how and why you amended your draft the way you did. So after listening to Dave's answers and my 5 comments of my false start are down to 3, and regarding this ordinance. Number 1, the WB2 zone is quite large, extending along Highway 93 from 6th Street all the way to the Highway 40 junction. The point of the marijuana facilities zoning ordinance isn't, or at least it shouldn't be, to eliminate facilities. Apparently the voters want them, and I agree that election matters. So probably a ban within the entire WB2 zone is excessive. Evaluating higher distances between stores might offer a better trade-off. I also fully agree with David Taylor's position that the criteria for the admin permitting of marijuana facility under the proposed ordinance are sufficiently rigorous, that's his word, that the planning board and council don't need to get involved unless there are permit plans that have issues or that generate significant opposition. The final sentence of Section B prohibits any marijuana facility on Spokane Avenue between Railway Street and East 2nd Street. And now this is outside of a generic zoning definition. So a number of voters have asked me to say that if the council or the city is going to identify specific locations where marijuana facilities are not allowed, then the request is to add Central Avenue south of 2nd Street to keep it consistent with the downtown bar area. Thank you.
Thanks, Giuseppe. Roundup.
Good evening again, Rhonda Fitzgerald. So if we have zones and the zones have purpose and intent, then we have to honor that. And no business in Whitefish of any kind is allowed in every zone. So we have to decide, do our zones mean anything or don't they? Small retail is allowed in the B3. And we have over and over and over revisited whether certain types of businesses that don't qualify in the B2 should be allowed for one reason or another. And we have consistently agreed that they should not be allowed in the B2. The B2 is specifically for those retail sales and services, the operations of which are typically characterized by the need for large display or parking areas or large storage areas. And so marijuana sales is a small retail, similar to sunglass stores or jewelry stores or shoe stores or bookstores or ski shops or bike shops or pharmacies, because pharmacies are not allowed in the B2. And I think that what the product is beside the point. The point is it's small retail. It takes a small amount of space with small display area, and therefore it should be allowed in the zones where those types of businesses are allowed, which are the B3, and in this ordinance, also the B1, so, and B4. So there's actually quite a bit of available area to have a business like this, and I'm not sure we need 14 or 24 or 12 or 8 of any type of business in Whitefish. We don't have multiples of any type of business. And just because lots and lots of people want to open this type of business doesn't mean that they will thrive in a community with 7,700 people and about 4,000 more in the zip. So I just hope that you will have the discipline to stick with what the meaning of the zones are and encourage the sales of this particular product, which in my mind is no different than any other product, and not discriminate against all the other types of small retail that cannot go into the B2 and get a cheaper, dilapidated building to go into. And strip malls are exactly where you find these things in other communities, so I challenge that comment. And also at the last meeting, I did bring you a little map. I highlighted in red all of the block faces in the B3 where, according to the way the ordinance is written, marijuana sales would be allowed. The blue ones are the ones that are not allowed by state law. The little green one is the one you added. And all of the kind of pinkish red ones are faces where they could be allowed, which is a lot of blocks in downtown Whitefish, plus the B1 that I'm not even talking about. So I'm all for entrepreneurship, as I know you know, and I encourage everyone who wants to get into business in Whitefish to do so, but the rest of us follow the rules and try to foster a healthy community with a vibrant business community, and that's what the zoning is meant to encourage. Thank you.
Thanks, Rhonda.
Tony Visley, 29 O'Brien. I'm like super torn on this issue because like I operate a dispensary in Columbia Falls and I'm like, man, I just have to come up and say one thing. Ron is actually wrong. And much to these guys' point, I mean, the regulations, you know, it's not just a retail shop. You can, starting January 1, do horizontal sales where my dispensary can buy from another dispensary. Currently, that's not allowed, right? So you have to grow, produce, cultivate, sell, and do all of that. That's not small retail, right? Beginning January 1st, there's the opportunity for that. But the taxes, 280E, a business, if operating like that, which is, you know, what a number of these things that Steve had cited that they're doing in Colorado, a number of these businesses that are buying and selling a wholesale product, like you know, a shoe store or something like that, they're not allowed to write off any business expenses. Oftentimes, these guys are seeing business tax burdens of effective 70%. So it's not advantageous to operate like that, and not until there's a federal change in the law. The banking law, they suspect maybe that'll change in August, in which case it might be better and might act like small retail at that point. But right now, there's just not a lot of opportunity for a marijuana dispensary to operate as small retail. So I'm kind of torn, and it makes it difficult, because if you want to be a cultivator, if you want to grow and have full, if you're going to operate and continue to provide medicine, you want full control of your product, right, from seed to sale. And in order to do that, it's not small retail. You need a big space. So I think that's something to consider when you're making your decision, as well as just understanding what the differences there are in the regulations that come down from the federal side, from the tax side, that make operating a dispensary as a small retail business very difficult. That said, I want like zero in Whitefish. They all have to drive to Columbia Falls and buy mine, but at the same time, that's just not fair to everybody else. But so that's all.
Thanks, Tony. How you doing?
Jared D'Andrea, resident of Whitefish, 124 Bear Trail. I'm a current business owner in the WB2 zone. Been here for about 5 years. Before I came here, I've seen the explosion of the legalization in Washington, and the gentleman before me is correct. These businesses require 10 to 20 parking spots. They get very busy. So I don't feel that you should push all of the cannabis sales to the WB3 zone, exposing the sales and traffic in front of the schools, churches, and parks, basically congesting downtown. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Jared.
Hey guys, Scott Chisholm, 1593 East Edgewood Road. I just wanted to kind of say on the record that I agree with the small retail comment that was made prior to the last gentleman. Marijuana businesses, as it stands today, are not just a dispensary. It's not just the storefront. It's the cultivation, it's the production, and it's the storefront. They also, to the point that was just made, do get quite busy. If we were to restrict the W2 zone, what that's going to do is push more businesses up into the downtown area and possibly up towards the mountain. And as everyone knows, it's practically impossible to get lease space, and it's very cost prohibitive to buy a building to have a dispensary downtown or anywhere near there. So what you're basically doing is not only clogging, but you're forcing folks to compete in an area that is practically impossible to compete in already.
Thanks, Scott. Further public comment on this item?
Lance Haverland, 830 Birch Point Drive, Whitefish. Just one more thing. Medical, is WB2 medical zoned? Is that correct? Anybody?
Allows medical offices, yes.
So marijuana is medical, right? So it's medical and recreational. If you don't allow it, isn't that in some way, shape, or form, I mean, for lack of better terms, you're discriminating against a population of people, I believe. Not to mention, it is a big business. $2.2 billion in Colorado last year alone. That's not small business. Not to mention one more thing. You're gonna, like everybody said, you're gonna push all the traffic in, and it doesn't make sense. Anybody who spent any time in the summertime downtown Whitefish and tries to take a left, you know how infuriating that is. That's not gonna improve. You're just gonna push more traffic. So I respect all your effort and hard work during this, and I need to thank you all, but you need to really think about discriminating against people. I mean, and there is pharmacies. We've got Glacier Medical has a pharmacy. Is that WB2 zone? And isn't Walgreens a pharmacy on WB2? So Rhonda's, no offense, but her comments they're not correct. And the pharmacies are allowed in WB2 and it is medical. So I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Lance. Not seeing any further comments. Rhonda, real quickly, it's late and we've got a full agenda ahead of us.
I'll just say that Walgreens was allowed into the B2 as a grocery.
Understood.
And the thing in the medical center is inside of it.
The hospital. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and turn it back to the council. I would prefer a motion to keep this thing moving
Mr.
forward.
Mayor, I'll make
Andy,
a motion. I would move that we approve ordinance number 21-17 on a second reading.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Quinnell. Further discussion?
I'll speak to it really quickly. I understand Rhonda's comment, but I have to say we've gone through this entire process, and Rhonda, you're the only person that's made that argument, and I understand where the argument comes from. And I think that argument was possibly more valid about 10 or 12 years ago than it is today. I don't see this as the chink in the armor that's going to bring downtown into ruin. I don't think that's going to happen. I think Ed makes a really good point in that, you know, you see 20–25% of your population, and if that's tourist population too, it's a lot of people that are going to go to a marijuana store or cannabis store or whatever you want to call it. And by eliminating the WB2, what we effectively do then is we force everyone to be in the WB3. And you know what? There's not that much room in the WB3, and the gentleman said it's expensive real estate, and there will be people that'll do it. But Steve's worried about a green mile. I don't want a green downtown either, and that's what we're going to end up seeing, because we're going to get X number of stores regardless of where they go. So if they can't all go downtown, they're either going to strip out along Wisconsin, or we are going to get a green mile, and we're going to get a green mile that starts at Highway 40 and runs south. And that is what we're going to see, because the businesses are going to be here. And to stick our head in the sand and say by eliminating the WB2, they're not going to be close to town, I think is ridiculous. I think we're doing ourselves a huge disservice. And I have to agree with staff that if we run these things through a full CUP all the time, that's all we're going to do for a long time. And I don't think that's fair to the businesses. And I think we've put enough sidebars and everything that I feel very comfortable and that our staff is going to make the right decisions. And if there's something that is questionable, and we've seen it with other projects that we have administrative CUPs for, the McRuis project over by Muldown, there was a lot of neighborhood opposition to that, and what happened to that? It went through a full conditional use permit. So I'm super comfortable with what we've done. I think it had a lot of work both at the planning board. We've had numerous work sessions. We've been through here, and we've basically pretty much always heard from everybody, with the exception of a very few, that what we've done is correct. And it's not a business that's going to go away. It's a business that's going to be here. So that's my pitch.
Thanks, Andy. Steve?
Andy, thanks. I agree with everything you said. I think that I would like to make a friendly amendment that in the WB2 and WB1 zone, we increase the distance to 500 feet between stores, because 150 feet, my lot is 200 feet wide.
Let's see if we get a second first to the friendly amendment. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councilor Sweeney. Steve?
Okay. My lot's 200 feet wide. I don't want to see two pot stores next to that close to each other on the strip into town. 500 feet, that's less than 1/10 of a mile. There's plenty of space in all those areas to extend that distance.
Thanks, Steve. Everyone clear with the friendly amendment? That would be to increase the buffering to 500 feet in the WB1 as well as the WB2 districts. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed, like sign. And the motion carries on a 4-1 vote, with Councilor Norton voting in opposition, which does bring us back to the original motion. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed, like sign, and the motion does carry on a 4-1 vote, with Councilor Norton voting in opposition. Thanks everyone for coming tonight. I know it's been a late evening, but we had a full agenda. I agree with. We're going to move on to item 6D of the agenda, which is ordinance 21-20, An ordinance amending Title 11 of our zoning regulations, Chapter 3, Special Provisions, Section 35, Short-Term Rental Standards, and Chapter 9, Definitions of Whitefish City Code, and this will be on a first reading. Dave?
Mr. Mayor, may I make a quick point of order?
Yes, please.
I would first make a motion, I'll go ahead and make a motion with that, that we extend to 11:15 and that we move item, where we at here, I lost my number, 6E to a future date. Sorry, Joe.
I'll second.
Seconded by Counselor Sweeney. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed, like sign. And that will get bumped. If by chance I'm not at the meeting when that is considered, I would like to be considered by the council for the city council appointment, since I've been working with Joe and crew on the long-range planning task force to date. With that said, we're back to item 60 of the agenda. Dave?
Good evening again. So the proposed zoning text amendments modify the short-term rental standards found in 11.335, and as well as the definitions, and then the various zoning districts within the resort and downtown zones. And those changes add a definition, standard restrictions for medium-term rentals, which is 30 to 90 days, also called midterm rentals, and intent language, and those would be differentiated from short-term rentals, which are 30 days or less. Because they're over 30 days, we can't really require them to get a business license. We can't charge them resort tax. So there's a little different standards for those. So we also added some intent language to the definitions for short-term rentals and residential use to make that clear, differentiating those two things apart from each other. We changed the definition of residential use to still recognize month-to-month standard long-term rentals, but we note that they don't include short and medium-term rentals in order to protect traditional residential neighborhoods. We're requiring a registration number and a hosting site property ID and address to be listed on any print, internet site, or other medium where short-term rentals are marketed or booked. So that way we can identify that property and verify that it's meets our requirements and restrictions. We're requiring annual fire inspections now. Currently there's only an initial inspection for a short-term rental. Requiring animal-resistant garbage containers where they're available. That might be a moot point if you guys require that citywide. Then medium-term rental standards, we're adding those, and then we're clarifying where privately owned condo hotel rooms are considered short or medium-term rentals if they're under a different ownership than a hotel. And then we're clarifying resort, residential short and medium-term rentals that are not allowed where hospitality uses are permitted unless included specifically, such as the WB3. So in other words, they won't be allowed in the B2. And spelling out and maximizing the penalties and fines so that they're maximum under state law to help us with violations. And then we're just adding those short and medium-term rentals, that specific language into the resort districts, as well as the B3 zone to clarify that's the only zoning districts where those are allowed. And then we also have one small housekeeping item in the B2, since while we were in there, we just had a conflict under the definition of multifamily, where we say 1 to 3 multifamily, or 1 to 4 multifamily units, and multifamily is only 3 or more, so we just modified some language in there. So I'm not going to go into the history of our short-term rental program. That's in the staff report. But our proactive program has kept legal short-term rentals relegated to those resort areas where housing prices are high and it's impractical to have long-term rentals. Whitefish Lake, the Mountain Resort, Golf Course, Bay Point, the Lodge, Mountain Harbor. We have modified that code that's been in effect since 1982. In 2013, we created a licensing program and then updated it a little bit in 2018 by removing the B2 zone out of that. Again, all these changes were recommended by the City Council at a work session to help us improve regulation and enforcement against illegal rentals in zones, and we can help us track them even better. So again, that medium-term rental thing, there's websites that are cropping up that are specifically catering to medium-term rentals. It is a market for that. We're going to make sure that they're relegated to areas where short-term rentals are allowed only, so they're not taking up some of our other rentals. So I'm not going to go into all the ins and outs of the code. We do provide a definition of all of those things and other requirements in there. We one of the things I will go into is our definition of medium-term rental, and it's the rental of entirely furnished, privately owned house, townhouse unit, condo, unit, apartment, or other residence to tourists and remote workers for stays between 30 and 90 days, without the intent to rent to the same individual or group for long-term housing. If you're advertising for stays 30 to 90 days on sites that predominantly cater to tourists or remote workers, it presumes the property is being used as a medium-term rental. And then in residential purposes, we buff that out a bit. So it talks about the intent of that, use of a room or a group of rooms, typically unfurnished dwelling unit for living and sleeping and housekeeping for persons on a long-term basis of intended tenure, typically 6 to 12 months or longer, but also on a month-to-month basis with the intent to continue renting long-term to the same individual. And then short and medium-term rentals are not considered residential purposes. So we feel like this really buffs out our short-term rental standards. It gives us more enforcement tools. It helps us to better regulate. And again, throughout the code, we had to add that use in the multifamily, or in the resort residential districts, resort business districts, where we talk about short-term and medium-term rentals as a permitted use. So under reviewing any zoning changes, they are made in accordance with the growth policy because we provide performance and enforcement standards for short-term rentals, protecting and preserving special character of our community, preserving local workforce housing in the community. We do secure from fire and other dangers because we require fire inspections, property registration, promotes health and safety, again, because we have fire marshal inspections and other standards that do such. They have no impact on transportation. They'll ensure, as far as compatible urban growth, they do ensure short-term rentals comply with all performance standards, that illegal short-term and medium-term rentals in zones for workforce housing will be easier to identify, which will promote compatible urban growth. Are the districts suitable for different uses, and that more stringent criteria does ensure that strict regulations are in place for short-term rentals where appropriate, and incompatible commercial uses are not allowed in residential neighborhoods. Looking at the value of buildings and the compatible appropriate use of land, it does encourage the most appropriate use of land. So we do find it in the best interest to amend the code. We brought this to the city planning board on November 18th. Following that hearing, they did vote to approve that unanimously 4-0. We did have one public comment from Rhonda, and I'm sure she'll probably get up and have another one tonight, but that is the truncated version of my staff report due to the hour, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thanks, Dave. Steve?
Just one quick question. Do medium-term rental owners have to register with the city as medium-term and pay a fee or anything?
Don't. I mean, we looked at how we could do that. I mean, since they don't require a business license, since they're not paying resort tax, we just have to, basically make sure that they're meeting the requirements. A lot of the people that are doing short-term rentals might also do medium-term rentals. And so if they do short-term and medium-term, they are gonna have to register and get a business license even though they're doing medium-term rentals. We did get some comments, and you did have one letter that was on the table from one property owner that, rents their house out for a couple of months in the summertime, that's concerned about the change. And then I got a call today from a property owner with a property on the lake that, basically they rent their house out 2 months in the summer so that they can, 1 month they stay there, and the 2 months that they rent it out to help pay for the property taxes and keeping the property since, they live in Canada. So I can understand there's some concern possibly with the 90 days, but on the flip side, in general, so I mean, there are some unintended consequences for people that maybe don't live here year-round, but on the flip side, it is gonna help improve our ability to enforce short-term rentals and medium-term rentals in zones where it should be long-term rentals.
Further questions for Dave? Not seeing any. We did advertise for a public hearing on what will be ordinance 21-20, and we'll hold that public hearing now. Any public testimony this evening? Yes, ma'am. Oh, hi, Addie. There's someone with their hand up behind you.
Addie Brown Testa, 331 Caro Avenue. So I'm going to be really honest with you all. I came to this late in the game. I knew that we were looking at short-term rentals and trying to solve people that were renting them illegally in neighborhoods and everything. but I was pretty surprised when this came out to change furnished rentals could not be rented for, unless it was for 90 days. I own a property management company, so this definitely affects me and all of my owners. A couple of the things I did want to bring up is that there's language in there that says, that has to be registered as a tourist home with the health department and sign up with the state for accommodation tax. That's not true. I mean, Montana Code 5051-102, you pay accommodation tax on daily or weekly basis of rentals. So if I call the health department today and say, City of Whitefish is telling me my properties that I rent for 30 days or more have to be registered as a tourist home, and I need to have you come and inspect and do all the things that I used to do with my vacation rentals on the mountain, they're going to say, no, you don't, because you don't. And the same thing with the 7% bed tax. You don't have to do that. So it doesn't make any sense to have that language in here when it's really not applicable. The other part of this is I thought our goal was to really try and get the people that were renting them for shorter periods of time. I've been contacted by many people to rent their properties out, and they say, well, I understand that, it's a 30-day rental zone, but, if somebody just wants to rent it for 2 weeks and then you just don't rent it for the other 2 weeks, that should be okay, right? And I say, no, that's just semantics. You're just playing with things. If you rent something for less than 30 days, you need to be a licensed tourist home and you need to pay accommodation tax. But if you're not zoned for a nightly, weekly rental, then you can't get those services. So no, I don't rent any of my properties that are 30-day zones for less than 30 days. And I do have properties that I rent for 3 months. I get a lot of repeat customers. We're not renting to big groups of people that are coming in. I really see the nightly, weekly rentals as more of a problem with tourism than the 30-day rentals. I get grandparents who come in and rent a condo because their kids live here. I get my daughter who brings my grandkids for a month every summer, and now I'm going to have to tell her, sorry, I can't rent you a condo because I have to rent it for 90 days. So they can't come and, live in a condo, and they have 6 kids. They're not going to rent a hotel with 6 kids. There's a lot of problems with this. I think, and I don't see how it's going to help affordable housing, because 90 days is not going to help affordable housing. If I can rent it for 90 days, and I do, I just rented a 30-day rental at the Montera for December 1st through May. But it's not affordable for someone in our community. It didn't make it an affordable housing for someone in our community. It's an individual who works remotely. He's been in Seattle for, a couple of years. He doesn't want to live there anymore. He makes $20,000 a year. He comes and he's renting for that period of time. So I don't see this as helping affordable housing. What I see helping with affordable housing is all the other things that we're trying to do. But I'm very disappointed in this, and I would ask you to maybe postpone this and reconsider and really think about how this is going to help affordable housing, because I don't see it doing that. I also believe that I will probably have some owners that will just say, I'm going to sell the property. And, if you all remember when the Montera was built, we were astounded that we were building 2-bedroom condos that were going to sell for $250,000. Those 2-bedroom condos are selling for $600,000 now. Those are not going to be affordable housing for people to buy or to rent. Because if someone does buy it, affordable rent is not, $3,800 a month, which is what you would have to rent those units for. So I really think we need to think about this. I think we need to think about finding out how we can get the people that are renting the properties inappropriately in our small neighborhoods. And we also have to think about, like the fire things and everything, especially like with the Montera, it's an HOA. We already have those things in place. So do we set them in place again? The garbage pickup there. You already have the HOA that has a whole set of rules and regulations for people that are renting there and everything. So we need to think about those things. It's not thought out clearly. And like I say, I missed the boat on this one. I would have liked to have been a part of this and provided more input to you from a property management perspective. And I will tell you, I know there are property managers that are not doing things correctly, and those things need to be fixed. We need to not do 2-week rentals and not rent for 2 weeks and pretend that we're following the rules, because we're not. And I know I'm a go by the book, follow the rules person and everything. I really think we need to look at this a little bit more before we move ahead with this. I don't think it's the right answer. Thank you.
Thanks, Addie.
I'm Roy Testa, 331 Cairo Avenue. I did get permission to move up here. Didn't just walk up on my own.
Please do.
I'm a property manager. I also own another business in town, and I have some stuff to talk about. Won't be long. So, I wrote this a few minutes ago. So, what is the purpose of this? Is it affordable housing? Workforce housing? It's not going to happen. This isn't an answer to that situation. I heard Dave say it. It's not an answer because people aren't going to move into these units. They're not affordable and they're not going to be workforce housing. Is it to reduce tourism so we don't have tourists come here? That's not going to happen either. I'm sorry, but it's not. Or is it going to be a negative impact on businesses like mine? Because that's what's going to happen here. I mean, we're looking at the bottom line here. We already lost 20%, 25% of our businesses because of COVID. Who do you think's buying all these houses? They're buying them from property managers that are renting them. The renters are saying, let's sell them. That just happened in the last year and a half, and we're not the only property management in this city that's dealing with this. So that's what it's going to have. Now, what do we want to do? Promote businesses here. Well, you're not going to promote businesses with this. Sorry, Dave. You're not. You're going to have an impact on business. Property management business. We're already working on a margin. We already went through COVID. Now you're going to really give it to us, period. Okay, that's my emotional experience, but let's talk about some other things. Who rents these places? These are not vacation rentals. We rent to grandparents, we rent to parents, how do you say it? We rent to doctors that come here for, to look for a house so they can work at Logan Health Place. We rent to nurses that come here that are traveling, and you talk about workforce. We rent to construction people that come here to help build a high school. They're not here for 30 days. They come to do a special job, 90 days. Where did you pick up 90 days? Why did we take 90 days? What makes that midterm? Somebody come up with this like out of the thin air that this is 90 days, we're going to make it 90 days? Why don't we make it 60 days? Why don't you make it 45 days? Where's the definition come from? Who created the definition of this, 90 days? I don't get it. 30 days works fine. These are not people that are coming to town. They're people that are coming to town with their families. They're people that are coming to town. Now, Montera's had some problems. They took care of them. We'd have problems. If we get a bachelor party that wants to come in here for 3 nights and rent a 30-day unit, we don't do it. It's as simple as that. So we have regulations. I agree with the regulations. I think if you want to regulate, fine. If you want to give us a number, fine. If you want us to have, to some extent, regulate, okay, find out where they are, what they're doing, let's do it. But why are you making it 90 days? Who's going to rent for 90 days? Nobody. These people aren't coming here for 90 days. They're coming here for 30 days, and they're coming here for 1 day and 2, 3, 4 days, and 5 days. People don't come here for 90 days. Now, we rent for 90 days, but they don't have to rent for 90 days, and we do it very often. So I don't get where this number came from. The Marriott can rent for 30 days. How come if the Marriott can rent for 30 days, we can't rent for 30 days? We're zoned for 30 days. We don't rent where we're not zoned. You want to change the zoning for this? It's just a serious event here. I don't know if you guys have really done the research on this, but this is going to impact a lot of people. Like Addie said, we won't be able to have our daughter come here and spend a month. What are we going to do? She can't rent for 90 days. Reduce the rates? Well, you know what? These people buy these places. I heard Dave say something about a letter for someone on the lake for 2 months so that they can make enough money to pay the taxes to keep their property. 2 months is okay. Well, make it 60 days. Make it 4. I don't get where the 90 days came from. This is not going to fix the problem that we're facing in this community. It's not even going to put a dent in it. It's not even going to, it's not even relevant to that problem, in my opinion. It's all my opinion. Okay, so, these people that come here, that spend 30 days in our units, here's the other thing. We're all talking about the shoulder season. You know, tourists don't come here in the shoulder season. You know who comes here? Retired people, senior citizens, people that have a sense of freedom. That's the ones who come here in the shoulder season to rent 30-day rentals. Tourists come here to rent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-day rentals. Now, you want to increase the shoulder season. You want to increase business. This is going to decrease it. We don't get people that come here for 30 days that are tourists after September. There are people that are retired. There are people that are coming here to enjoy our area when they don't have to deal with all the tourists that come here in the summertime. Now, we get some people in the summertime, but I'm telling you, they come here for a variety of reasons beyond tourism. Again, I'm not saying don't regulate these places. I'm not saying, okay, get a license, fine. You know, get inspected. The health department will not inspect these places. We were in the short-term rental business in Christiana on Big Mountain. I'm telling you, I work with them all the time. It's not part of their thing. You know, you have to rely on some people to have integrity. And property managers should have integrity. Well, we're property managers. Now, if you want to do this with you know, ordinary citizens that aren't management companies, and create the regulations. But the 90-day thing, I just don't get it. I don't get why we're doing 90 days, and I don't see where they came up with this idea. And I mean, did somebody come down from heaven and say, let's make it 90 days? That's midterm. And so and what about all the people that are already on their way here? We book places years in advance. We just got a property. The people bought this house 30 days ago because they knew they could do it for 30 rentals. What are we going to do with them? I know, I'm going.
No, it's okay, with all due respect, but our meeting ends in 10 minutes. Thanks, Roy. Appreciate it. Further public comment this evening?
Susie Schweikert, 704 Baker Avenue. I'm with 5 Star Rentals. And thank you, Dave, for referring to a phone call today. That was from Ray Martin, our owner. He does live on 1220 Birch Point Drive. I also have letters from neighbors of his, Tom Patton from 214 West 6th Street, Mary Zant from 1286 Birch Point Drive, Dave and Missy Schumer from 716 Birch Point Drive, and some others, and I would like to hand deliver these letters to you to read for their comment. All right, so I'm the owner of 5 Star Rentals. We've been operating since 1994, and I do have a property management license, as does my husband, and I'm actually here representing my owners. So hopefully I can calm down a little bit. But they hired me to represent their home, and I'm a property manager that can do that 24/7. So I know one of the regulations for you for your new midterm rentals is to have these things in place where you have someone that's on site 24 hours. And we're set up so that we can handle any kind of issue that arises. They've written in their comments again for you to consider, and thank you for considering that. Many of our homeowners have purchased their homes in the last year at really high prices with the monthly rental in place to compensate them for their taxes. They're not really looking for a loophole to jump through. Some of these taxes are in the amount of $13,000 a year. That's Mary Zant at 1286 Birch Point Drive. I have another homeowner that pays $19,000 a year on East Lakeshore Drive. They can't afford these taxes if their homes sit empty. By taking away monthly rentals, these homes will not turn into an unfurnished, low-income rental to fix affordable housing. They will sit empty and no one will benefit. Many of our homes provide furnished housing for our healthcare professionals, as Addie touched on. That includes traveling nurses, doctors, radiologists, landscapers, and many more. They come to us. We have security deposits on them, applications on them. We run them through more of a long-term system, but we are also able to customize a lease anywhere from 1 month to 3 months to 9 months. By them going through a system like ours, we actually comply and we work with the city, we work with all of the legalities of that, and they contribute a lot to our town in the off-season and in the summer season. So the amount of money that these guests invest in our community does sustain small business in the off-season and the summer season, and we oppose taking this away. There's someone in our audience right now, Phil Boland. Hi, Phil. He was also one of our guests that rented one of our houses in the WR2 zone, and we're happy to have him with us still. Furthermore, HOA areas have property managers on site and have strict guidelines and required owners' fees already. I don't understand the desire to penalize them further. We want our city to thrive and our homeowners to benefit. I, along with many of our trusted owners, am requesting tonight. Believe that this will not happen if you vote to institute this tonight. This ordinance would cut out the hardworking tax-paying owners and licensed property managers that are overseeing their homes. I would be happy to discuss this further with you. I came across this information of the 90-day thing and was absolutely taken aback by it. So I understand the decision was made out of a need and there's a crisis going on. I definitely feel like our residential WR2 and 3 zones cover the lakefront property, the river, and our beautiful historic neighborhood. So I, for one, love the fact that our homeowners invest in our neighborhoods and upgrade the homes so that they're a really nice aesthetic to our town. We have a beautiful town, and we can thank our vested homeowners for this. So I would hope that this would table tonight, and like I said, I'm available to discuss this further with you. So thank you.
Thanks, Susie.
Mr. Mayor, given the hour, I wonder if we can postpone this to a date certain, continually with the public comment period still open. I know we haven't heard from probably everybody who wants to speak on this.
On the line?
Just died.
I guess I agree with you, Steve. No good work happens at 11:10. We've been here since 5:15 this evening. I've been at work since 8 a.m., as of many of you. I would recommend that we consider holding the December 20th council meeting and pushing the remainder of these agenda items to that meeting. Unfortunately, we typically don't. We've already postponed or canceled that meeting, but I think it's probably in the spirit of doing good work up here. Let's get that back on the schedule for December 20th and push this item, leave the public hearing open, and the remaining items to be heard at that meeting. If that's okay with the council, it's just my suggestion at this point.
I would concur, Mr. Mayor.
Can I have a motion to that effect, please?
Move that we push the remaining agenda items to the December 20th meeting and hold that meeting instead of skip that meeting, and leave the public hearing open on what item was this?
Item 6E.
Item 6E.
Excuse me, 6D.
6D, leave the public hearing open.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Sweeney. Further discussion? I'm sorry to have to hold the December 20th meeting. We haven't in the 14 years I've sat up here. Michelle?
I think we should probably discuss at least one more item, which is the resolution for the municipal court judge salary. Since
Okay.
she will be starting
Let's go ahead
Monday.
and move on to that. Very good point. Thanks, Michelle.
Here too. Chad has
Well-
graciously stayed. Okay,
What's that?
okay, never mind. Sorry, Chad.
I think you can just remote in, Chad. I think the way we were gonna move your item forward was just to direct staff to negotiate the language of the animal-resistant containers and the renewal terms with the limit and the annual rate increases for the years 4 to 6 and 7. So I think it's something you can easily call in for. Thank you. With that said, I'll take the motion before a motion for adjournment, just to Steve's motion on the table. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed, like sign, and we will move quickly on to,
Mr. Mayor, point of order, do we need to extend this meeting to 11:30?
no, 11:20.
Fine. 11:20 is is. I wanted to make sure we were in order. There you go. That's my motion.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
And that's unanimous. So we'll move on to resolution, what will be now 21-52, if I'm not mistaken, Michelle? 51, excuse me, a resolution setting the range of compensation for the position of municipal judge, and you have the information contained in the packet, and Caitlin was sworn in as our new municipal judge earlier this evening. Congratulations again. We'll just need a motion to the effect of setting Caitlin's base salary at $85,000 per annum.
Mr. Mayor, I would move to adopt Resolution 2051, a resolution setting the range of compensation for the position of municipal judge.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilor Fury. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed, like sign. And now I will entertain a motion for adjournment. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Sweeney. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed, like sign, and we are adjourned. Thanks, everyone. Oh. Oh, I think you have the option to do it remote. Are you not here? I mean, you can just.